Oh, like the vid, 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 like the vid. Subscribe. Subscribe, smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button, smash the like button, smash the like button. My people, like that vid. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button, guys. No thumbnail today because it's a Chelsea round table. So as you can see in the thumbnail and just a Chelsea round table. So, but we're gonna discuss Chelsea potential draws because the next four matches are gonna be played next week Tuesday and Wednesday. So that will decide the potential eight teams that are gonna qualify for the quarterfinal by Friday on the 17th. On Friday, the draws will be officially out, so we will know who's gonna face each other, which team is gonna face each other. But right now, we're gonna discuss the permutation and combination of which team Chelsea can face. There's Bayern, there's Napoli, there's Benfica, there's like we again. There's so many teams in AC Milan, Inter Milan are there. So many teams. We look at the combination of team we can face in terms of okay, this team and this team and this team. We're also gonna talk about Mason Mount. According to Jacob Steinberg, who worked for the Athletic as a Chelsea reporter, he said Chelsea Mason Mount will leave in the summer for the amount of 50 million euro. So Manchester United and Liverpool are the front runner to buy him. We're gonna discuss the potential move where it's gonna fit in, and I'm gonna have a United fans in the squad where he's gonna tell me because a United fan told me they want him. We're gonna do like a squad where he's gonna fit in. We're also gonna look into Liverpool to where he's gonna fit into Liverpool. But for me, I think selling Mason will be best for each parties because he hasn't done enough to kind of do more for what we want him for. But 50 million is not bad for both Manchester United and Liverpool. We're also going to talk about my boy, Victor Oshimen. And also, according to Jacob Steinberg, too, who also reported from the Athletic, said Chelsea is going to look into the summer to buy Victor Osimhen. We're looking into Osimhen, we're looking into Alexi McAllister of Brighton overboard because Matthew Kovacic might leave. So we're looking into McAllister, we're looking into Osimhen. I think we're going to get either Romeo Lavia or Declan, but Declan is like it's 70-30 because Arsenal are the front runner for him. But never say never in football.
You're still looking at Caicedo as well, aren't you?
Caicedo too. So it's gonna be a long summer because we're gonna send a lot of players. Mason going, Gallagher going, Ruben Loftus-Cheek going, Matej Kovacic going, Pierre and Aubameyang also leaving. So we're gonna have the squad is gonna be team. We're gonna have the squad. So everybody's gonna go where Potter is gonna have his own squad. Where that's what I'm gonna judge him fully next season when he has official squad, when he has a preferred lineup where because I know how I know how he plays in Brighton. So we're gonna see the exact way we're gonna play. But right now it's all about getting results. That's for me. But we'll see in the summer though. Like the vid, subscribe, smash the like button. Smash the like button. So Mr. Top, how you doing? Firstly, your take on my same man because according to Jacob Steinberg, who worked for the Athletic, said he's gonna leave in the summer. And when he leaves, two teams are looking at the front runner for him. Liverpool Football Club and Manchester United and the range of 15 million euro. Give me your take.
I'll be really honest with you. I wouldn't
Mhm.
take Mason Mount even if he was for free. And
Why?
I'm not saying that as a criticism to you you at Chelsea. I'm saying that as a
Mm-hmm.
criticism to him as the player. His
Mm-hmm.
play style does not suit the way that we want to play. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't look at Mason Mount and know what his position is. We've said this before about many players before. Kai Havertz, you brought him in as a number 10 and then he's a striker, he's a winger, he's a false nine. He's played so many different roles, you don't even know what his role is anymore. Timo Werner, again, was brought in to be a striker. You ended up using him as a winger. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you've brought in players before and you've not really found their preferred position. And I look at Mason Mount
Mm-hmm.
and I think, for me personally, my opinion of him is I think he's a number 10. I do think he is a number 10. I don't think he's a winger. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he's a false nine or, a number 8 or anything like that. I think he's a number 10, but I think he's a number 10 that suits only a few football clubs. For example, I look at, say, the kid at, what's his name? West Ham, Paqueta, for example,
Hey, Paqueta, look
where
at Paqueta.
he's not a Kevin De Bruyne style player where he'll drive with the ball, but he'll put players into pockets and he picks the ball up in pockets of space and
Mm-hmm.
he'll put a ball in the box or he'll take a shot from 30, 40 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That's like Mason Mount's sort of style at the end of the day. And I just think Liverpool, I think personally they've got their eyes
Yeah,
on Jude.
because Stebak worked for the Athletic, and I got because Athletic for me
Yeah,
at
yeah,
tier
yeah,
one,
yeah, yeah.
and yeah.
Well,
So he
we
said Mason gonna it's two preferred team that's gonna go to is Man United and Liverpool for 15 million.
I don't
Mm-hmm,
know. Personally, I just don't buy what he can bring us. And when a club like
mm-hmm,
Chelsea, where he's
mm-hmm,
supposed to be Mr. Chelsea, he was he's one of your boys from the academy,
mm-hmm,
and I look at that and I just think if you're looking at that as a rival like football club,
mm-hmm.
why would a club that has so much like history of like young players and when they sell them on and things like that, it's almost as if you want
No, I
looking
can't
at
hear
that
you.
from
Go,
an
go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. I was just
I can
saying,
hear
but
you.
if you're looking at yeah. If you're looking at it from a rival's perspective,
Mm-hmm,
like it just doesn't. It's obvious that you want rid of him,
mm-hmm,
but you don't want to make that obvious to people where you're basically taking the piss. And
mm-hmm.
I think with Mason Mount, I just don't see where he fits in either at Liverpool or Man United. I'll be really
Because
honest with you.
Chimere said it might be a Bruno competition where sometimes Ten Hag might have to rotate the team where
No, but I
Messi
think
can come in.
I'm not buying that though because I think he would take say he would rather take Mohamed Kudus at Ajax as a number
Mm-hmm,
10 than Mason Mount. He'd probably take James Madison, over Mason Mount. Like he'd take that profile of player, I think, over
mm-hmm,
a Mason Mount, just because I think Mason Mount hasn't got his preferred and assigned position. And listen, if Mason Mount was tearing it up for you guys at Chelsea, he was creating loads of chances, he was scoring goals and contributing, I'd say, listen, if we're looking at him and it makes good business, then and he'd be competition for Bruno, then by all means, I would probably say let's look at it. But he's not giving you guys anything at this moment in time, is what I'm saying, and
mm-hmm,
I just don't really see where he would fit in with us, apart from, like
mm-hmm,
you said, being competition for Bruno. But I
mm-hmm.
think Ten Hag would rather go out there and get a player that he knows already, rather than get like he wants one of his boys. Like he wants Kudas, he wants Frankie De Jong. He wants that player that he has a connection with or that knows his style and system.
Exactly.
Mason Mount,
Mm-hmm,
I just don't think he'd fit out the way we want to play possession-based football. I just don't. I think he loses the ball too much, and I don't think he would offer as much in the final third. That's just my
That's what I say. I'm saying in my
opinion.
preferred one is Liverpool, not even United, because I'm supporting
Yeah.
myself because
Listen.
mm,
Liverpool. I think Liverpool's like main objective for this summer is Jude Bellingham. I think that's clear in a lot of people's minds.
but they're also
But
looking at Mason too because they want both Jude
well, I think
Bellingham and Mason
to
Mount.
be honest, with you, I think it's Jude Bellingham that they will go all out for. They'll do what we tried to do with De Jong, where you look at Jude Bellingham as your main assigned target, and then if the price tag doesn't suit you as what you're willing to pay or what you're willing to go to as your final offer, then I think that's when Chelsea will probably might get the interest from Liverpool in Mason Mount as to
No, Tom. The
it might
problem
be an
is
alternative.
he has 1 year on his contract, and the boardroom, even Vivel and Co have said we're not going to let him go because next season in June next season
Well,
is
it's
going
not up
to
to
be a
them.
free
Look,
transfer.
this is the thing.
Wait, wait. Because
Yeah, but
based on what I know, the report we're hearing from David Osteen, Fabricio Romano, Jacob Steinberg, Matt Lois, he's gonna go this summer, whether we like it or not.
yeah,
So
well, you can
Liverpool,
say, listen. You can say that he's going to go this summer, but if there's nobody that's going to take him off of your hands and take him off your books, he's going fucking nowhere. So,
mm-hmm,
and that's why I'm looking at that and I'm just thinking, for us as Man United, we will not prioritise signing Mason Mount. And that's a
mm-hmm,
fact because I think we would rather prioritise chasing Frank de Jong again, whether he'd want to come or not. And I think we're chasing a world class number 9. We want that striker.
mm-hmm,
The same thing that you guys are wanting in the summer. We are going
mm-hmm.
to, Man United and Chelsea will be fishing in the same market for a world class number 9. And that's
Yeah, I
facts.
agree.
But
Mm-hmm,
Mason Mount would be probably third or fourth, like down our list in terms of getting a player in the summer. Because personally, for me as a United fan, for my team, I look at it and think we need a world class number 9. We need another midfielder. we need another centre back to cover in for Varane when he's not fully fit, and potentially we need a goalkeeper replacement for David De Gea on a long term basis. That's 4 positions that I would prioritise more over signing Mason Mount as a competition for Bruno Fernandes. That's just how I look at it, and I just think for Liverpool, I think it wouldn't make bad business if it's a case of they can't land Jude Bellingham. I think as a fallback on sword for Mason Mount. And I think the way that Klopp plays as well, especially, like you see how he utilises Harvey Elliott, for example, how he utilises players like Fabinho, where he brings that creative side out of them. I just think Mason Mount would suit Liverpool more than Man United.
I
And that's not a
agree.
discredit because I think he's a good player on his day, Mason Mount. I'm not discrediting him in that case, but I just don't think he'd suit a possession style of football. I think he suits running between the lines and, going, being aggressive at players and pressing and things like that. And that is Liverpool. They are the best
That's
at it. They are
Liverpool.
the best at pressing, playing the front foot football. And he would create a lot of chances for that front three in the final third, especially because they can't rely on Thiago as a midfielder because he's not fit enough as a
Yeah.
creative deep line playmaker. So that's why I just think Mason Mount would suit that style more so. But we'll have to see with that anyway.
Because when I saw the report, because I even asked me, I said when I saw the report, I'm like, Mason, the way Mason plays, it fits him more to Liverpool than Manchester United. Because I'm like, where does Eric Ten Hag wants to play in United? Because you can't play
Well,
Mason Mount.
even with that, though, I've just clicked on that. Like we have Fernandes, we have Ericsson. Like they're very similar plays to how Mason Mount is, and even if we sign Sabitzer permanently, that's another player that I just think it's not. We don't need Mason Mount then in that case, so I don't see why we would target him. Yes, we might let McTominay, Fred, or somebody like that go, but I don't think we'd bring in Mason Mount to replace them. I think we'd look at Alexis McAllister. We'd look at
Yeah.
Mohamed
No,
Kudus. We'd look at
the
that
report is Arsenal and Chelsea are the
profile.
front runner, though. Yeah, I'm there.
That's just that's just my opinion. I think that Eric Ten Hag, he likes international players. He doesn't buy into this English hype and this English tax that you pay a premium for players because I think he looks at the market and he thinks, well, you can pay £100 million for Declan Rice, but you could probably get Frankie de Jong for £80 million if Barcelona are willing to sell. And Frankie de Jong suits his style more than Declan Rice does,
Looking at
even
Rice,
though Rice has the bigger price tag. It doesn't state that he's a better quality player for that system that we want to play. And that's why I think even with Mason Mount, the style that you have always played with any manager, whether it be from when he actually broke into the team under Lampard, Tuchel, and all the way now to Graham
Graham Potter.
Potter, all of those 3 managers, I don't think they found his best position or they got the best out of him in a certain position, if that makes much sense. Because, like I've said, I've given my opinion. I think he's a number 10. But you guys play...
I think it's a number 8, though. I don't think it's a number 10. It doesn't, because as a number 10, you're going to...
But he can't tackle. He can't tackle to be a number 8.
But
That's my
as a number
thinking.
10, you have a variety of things to do. You have to know how to final pass, better decision making. You have to use your brain. Mason doesn't have that in him because my complaint with Mason is if you're playing as a number 10, I need you to have that final passing. He doesn't have it.
But
Then
my criticism of him of being a number 8 is can he tackle? And he can't. So as a number 8, he's useless in that department as well because you're saying there that because obviously you watch Chelsea and you watch Mason Mount more than I do, obviously, so you'll have a better understanding of it. But as far as I'm aware, anyway, he has a lot of creativity in him, but as a defensive mindset and a defensive brain, he's got 0. And I look at that and I think if he can't tackle, he's not the best in terms of positionally wise, and he doesn't pick up players and track runners and things like that. I just don't see what club is going to take him off your hands. Listen, you can offer him up for £10 million. I'm sure a club like maybe a West Ham. Who else could be using that card? Something? Even if somebody like Brighton sell McAllister, they might even look at Mason Mount as a potential replacement in that case. I know I'm scraping at the barrel here to say this, but I don't think he'll go abroad because I don't think he's that kind of player where he attracts that interest from clubs abroad.
He does.
And
Juventus are looking to get him. Juventus, United, and Liverpool
I
are
don't
looking
buy
to
it
get him.
though. I'll be surprised if he went to somewhere like Juventus.
Tammy Abraham is in Roma.
Yeah, but
The guy
Tammy
for
Abraham didn't have
150 now.
anywhere else to go because nobody in the Premier League was going to take a player who was underperforming at Chelsea. That was the problem. Whereas Roma, it was low risk but high reward in signing Tammy Abraham, and he's been a bit of a success there in say. But with how Mason Mount is, I just don't see how he would embed himself in Juventus. Because he's got to learn the language, which is difficult as it is. Italian's a really hard language to learn. He's then got to learn the play style, which you go from, even just from Graham Potter's style of football to Massimiliano Allegri. In terms of tactics, that's completely different styles and contrasts to football. Because, like I said, he's played under Lampard, Tuchel, and Graham Potter, which they aren't assigned to be proactive and defensive coaches. They're not designed to be pragmatic in terms of defensive. They ain't a Mourinho, they ain't a Conte. Whereas Allegri is in that category of those managers that I've just mentioned there. And that's why I think with Mason Mount, I don't see where he would fit into those managers' plans or categories at all in that sense. But anyway,
I get what you said, Tom. I get what you said, but I still believe because the reports we are hearing and based on what I've been seeing in him, for the past 2 seasons, he's been our best player. I'm not going to disapprove that. In as much as I still believe he still have a lot of things to kind of improve in this game. But this season, after the Euro 2021, Mason Mount has been off the game. And that was when I knew, okay, there's a problem here. Now, the reports are coming about his wages, length of contract, and everything. And he has already said it. He wants to leave in this summer. So, that's how I said it. We're not going to leave a player until the end of his contract before we sell it. We have to get money from him. So, him, Gallagher, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Do you know something? How old is Loftus-Cheek as a player? How old is he?
26. 27.
Do you know something? Out of those 3 midfielders that you mentioned, Gallagher, Mount, and Ruben Loftus-Cheek, just as an option, if I was picking any 3 of those, I would pick Ruben Loftus-Cheek out of all of them because he brings you something different in midfield. He's physical. He's like I don't know. He's one of those stonewall midfielders where you know his limits, but he'll give you how can I say? He'll give you mobility. He'll give you the strength in midfield where he's not going to be brushed off the ball and things like that. Like a player like that, I think I could see at, say, Man United or potentially even at Liverpool. You could they've had that with Oxlade-Chamberlain, for example. That kind of profile of player. We've got it with McTominay now. If you were saying get rid of McTominay and bring in Ruben Loftus-Cheek, then do you know what? I don't think that's a bad option in that case. But I don't know. It's the same thing where you look at players like Rabiot. Rabiot's in a similar sort of boat in that case because he's got a 1-year contract left on his contract. He's not exactly got a lot of chances and options left in Europe. He's been from Paris to Juventus and potentially somewhere else now. And even with you guys, I think you get rid of those 3 midfielders, you're going to need to bring in at least minimum of 2.
Yeah,
I criticised you guys from the last summer window when I said you're getting rid of Rudiger, Christensen, and you've got Thiago Silva, who's basically predominantly your only centre half left. I said that you needed to bring in minimum of 2. You did bring in 2 in Koulibaly and Fofana. Koulibaly's more of a here and now player. He's not going to be long term that you're going to build with. Fofana is, in that case. You've brought in Badiashile. Badiashile, I think, is a brilliant centre-back. I'll be honest, I'll say this now, I'd be jealous in that case, because I thought he was a really good player. But I don't know, because I look at that and I think, even with Badiashile and Fofana, and when Koulibaly ages and probably ends up going, Thiago Silva will be going in the next 2 years. Let's not beat around the bush.
It will be Badiashile and Fofana for the future.
Well, that's the thing, though. But then I think after Thiago Silva leaves, you need another centre back in anyway. So with you guys, especially in terms of your transfer plans,
so I think the first thing the Baikowe will come back, which is okay for me.
Well, the first thing that you guys need, you need that number 9. You need that
goal scorer.
So does the open there.
We're gonna get there
To be
because
honest with you, the
we're
way
gonna
you
talk about the goal
play,
scorer. We're gonna talk about the goal scorer. We will talk about the goal scorer. Sure.
yeah.
So there's Cowell. There's Chalobah my potentially lift. I'm hearing Inter Milan because Inter Milan will lose Milan Skriniar.
I thought it was
So they're
AC
looking
Milan that wanted him.
Yeah, no, Inter Milan are gonna lose Milan Skriniar, so they are looking into getting my Chalobah into to replace Milan Skriniar. So Chalobah might leave too. So which I'm like, okay, now there's a negotiation going on. In terms of Gallagher might go because the two teams are looking at him. Newcastle are looking at
Newcastle
Gallagher.
and
Newcastle
Everton
wants
are.
him badly, and
Everton are looking at him.
Everton
Abdullahi,
will go to Everton.
guys,
Yeah,
I have a question. I heard someone saying that Mason Mount cannot survive in Napoli. Like,
no, Napoli. I said Italian league, Juventus. You go to Juventus. Are
no,
looking
I
at
heard.
him.
I know it wasn't you. I think it was Tom that was saying something about Napoli. But
No, he didn't talk about Napoli. He didn't.
was
He
it
didn't talk about
Juventus?
Napoli.
Oh, sorry,
It wasn't about
Juventus.
Juventus.
Oh,
Juventus.
I just think
Okay.
with the
Juventus
style
because of the way Massimiliano Allegri play.
Yeah, with his like style of play and the managers that he's had, like Lampard's.
No.
Potter
That's
now.
not. No, then you're not. Listen, let's look at Tomori.
Yeah.
So you could have said the same thing about Tomori before he went to Italy. You could have said the same thing about Tammy before he went to Italy. You could have, and Mason Mount came from Vitesse.
Yeah.
I mean, any player who is not willing to be in an uncomfortable position in their career cannot be world class down the road.
No, but those guys' role are different.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about acclimatizing into a team. It's not about role.
Is it acclimatizing or tactically fitting in? Because Mason Mount is a midfielder, and you're going into footballing teams or footballing tradition that is mainly position based.
Exactly.
Okay, Mason Mount will thrive a place like that has more intensity.
Liverpool, I think, is perfect.
But think about it. If you look at it, look at Tammy. Nobody would have.
But Tammy is a striker.
I know. No, but let me land. If you look at Tammy, Tammy's style of striking, nobody would believe that he would survive in Italy.
I didn't doubt him. I just think
but a lot of people. I remember a lot of people saying Roma.
No. They're talking about traditional or culture, football culture. Like Mason Mount, nobody's saying somebody will not survive, but I think they're talking about football culture. Like Mason Mount will be more suited to the German culture than the Italian culture. It's not like he wouldn't survive.
Any player who is looking for what is more, that's why it's called an uncomfortable situation. You understand? And the definition of an uncomfortable situation is that's what pushes you to the next level in your career. You understand? And we're talking about Juventus that Tom. We're talking about Juve that has football heritage. Is it Juve or Napoli? Which team are you guys?
We was on about Juventus.
Exactly. We're talking about Juve that has football heritage. And look, Winston McKennie.
Yeah.
Played in Juve. Let me go back to MLS. I remember Winston McKennie. What's his first name again?
Weston
McKennie. Yeah, you're right.
Who would believe that McKennie would survive in Juve? So again, if Mason, I hope he doesn't go to Juve. I want him to go to Liverpool, Arsenal, or Man U. I want him to stick a broomstick in Chelsea's eyes because of the way he was treated. This guy was treated like chopped liver for what he did for us. Don't get me wrong. Like Abdullah said, he's been shit the past 2 years, Tom.
After the Euro, Mason Mount, he just locked out.
After the Euros,
yeah, he's been shit.
Because guys, for the past 2 years, he's been our best player. I can't even dispute that. And after that,
do you know what I do compare him to? Do you know what I compare him to how Dele Alli was? He hit his ceiling when he made that Champions League final. The only difference was Mount won it and Dele Alli didn't. And then he had that 2-year decline. And then, as we've seen with Dele Alli, he never regained that touch or that form that he showed. But he bursted onto the scene. He made it to the England squad and everything like that. He went obviously to the World Cup semi-final that England got to in Russia. And then from that point on, we didn't really see much else from Dele Alli at all. Mason Mount, in this case, he's had the international success. Yeah. Listen, you have got to respect and credit him in some ways. He has brought these trophies to your club. He won the biggest one of them all in the Champions League. You have to commend that.
Player of the year twice in a row.
And listen, you player of the year twice. He was Lampard's boy at the end of the day.
Back to back, player of the year.
We do need to look at the basis of it. Is of that with the sort of profile of players that you've been going for recently. Mason Mount would not be a player if he was not at your football club. He would not be a player that you would be targeting.
But the thing, Tom, the most important thing is, okay, we all know that he hasn't been the Mason Mount we knew or we once saw in the past 2 years. The most important thing to me is, but why? Why? I don't know the why. I cannot see the why because he's been fit. It's not like he's gone out injured or he's had a long-term injury. Why
I think the problem. I think the problem
of Abdullah, over a duration of it's okay. Somebody might dip because you're young, maybe for like 5 games or maybe like for 2 months, but we're talking about a stretch of like 2 seasons now. Okay, so there has to be a fundamental reason to it. It's not just a matter of things that we see on the surface. Has something changed in his personality? Has something changed in, I don't know, they said he once had a relationship and doesn't have the relationship again. Has that really, hit his confidence level? Is the attention and the pressure actually getting to him too much than we think? Is the change of manager, has it affected him? I don't know why.
But I think because I look at Mason, because when he was in from Vitesse to Derby County, I was like, okay, I like what I see. And then I've been complaining that if Mason wants to become a permanent number 10, he needs to have a better decision making. And that has been my complaint with him when he was in Derby County. When Lampard took over, I was like, okay, Lampard, now you can mold this guy to the Mason we want to see in Derby County. And my problem with Lampard was like, Lampard keeps changing his position. Number 8 today, tomorrow number 10, next tomorrow right wing, another tomorrow left wing. I'm like, Lampard, play this man in one place where we can have a serious conversation about him. He didn't do it. So Lampard left. We brought in Tuchel. Tuchel played back 3. He was playing on the left wing. Tuchel left. Now we have Graham Potter. I think my problem with Mason is, you talk about his decision, his mentality as a player. I think that is that kind of affected him a little bit, because sometimes when you're performing to the high level and your performance drop and the fans will be like, we've seen you perform to this high level, what has gone wrong? So the abuse with him, with his girlfriend, with his family, his dad, his family and everything kind of affect him, because he's an human like us too, because he wants to succeed. I understand that also. And I think accumulation of new ownership, the amount of money like Sterling are getting, Reece James are kind of getting, Mason believe he's that guy that he can deserve that money. But you also are telling him, for the past 2 years, we are using data now. For the past 2 years, you have not been the Mason Mount we saw from far away before buying this club. You don't deserve that money. And the reason Reece James was lucky, because before the new ownership comes in, a contract has been already discussed. So it was official already before the new ownership comes in. That was a lock Reece has, because if the new ownership comes in and Reece was demanding a contract, he won't get the amount of money he's getting now. And I think that has been Mason. Mason has been unlucky with that aspect, where the performance for the past 2 years hasn't shown enough for him to demand that money. And the money we are hearing from him is 180 to 200. Mason has rejected. He said no. And Chelsea said we cannot go above that, because your performance hasn't shown enough based on the data we have.
But Abdullah, do you know this guy has been in a contract situation for like over 1 season now?
Yeah, 1.5, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't
But
know
you know what pisses me off, Abdul? That it's funny you mentioned that, Abdul. You know what pisses me off is, why will you give? No, I hate counting men's pockets. But why will you give Reece James 200 and something?
250.
And your pocket picking Mason Mount for 180. I think
no. Like, the problem with Reece James is that contract has been agreed with Abramovich before he sold the club already. So when the new ownership comes in, it was already done. In terms of Mason wasn't lucky, because he was demanding an amount of, because when we bought Sterling was giving 315, and Mason was like, oh, hold on, what is going on here? Same thing with James. So it was demanding, if Sterling gonna get an amount of money with James, I demand the money. But when we bought the new, like Vivel and Co, they have to like, hold on, please. For the past 2 years, Mason, you haven't shown the Mason we want to see from far away before you buy this club. You don't deserve that money. You have to prove to us that you deserve that money before we can give you. That has been the problem from the contract. Because now Chelsea want to offer me 8 years contract. They said, I don't want 8. I don't want 8. I only want 5. And Chelsea said, we are not giving you 5. If you did not accept this contract in the summer, you're gone. And he has accepted that. And accumulation with his father, his dad is his agent. So I can understand why this problem has been there for a very long time. Because his father will tell you, if James is collecting 250, my son deserves that amount of money. And Chelsea will tell him, no, Mason hasn't performed to the level we want him to perform. He doesn't deserve the money. So contract situation, wages, complication. That's what the problem is right now. With his performance too, his performance hasn't back up the contract and the wages he wants. His performance hasn't back it up. That's what the problem is.
I think if you want to compare the situations with Rich James, on one hand, you could say Rich James got lucky.
Lucky, yeah.
And if you look at things in context, take out any personal feelings on
Eddie. Before you go far, okay, Abdullah, am I right to say or to assume that he was both? They were both offered new contracts at the same time.
Nah, I don't think they offered new contracts at the same time. Rich James accepted his,
or in the same period, like
Mason. Yeah, around the same period. Yeah, they were offered around the same period.
Okay,
Rich James signed it.
Hold on, Eddie. Were they offered the same amount or roughly the same amount?
No.
Roughly the same amount. I'm not saying exact, absolute. I say like roughly the same amount.
I don't know. I don't know what the amount was, but
same range. I was
it will be around the same range.
Okay, so somebody made this. Somebody made me aware of something earlier on today, and he said, what's it called? Rhys James' dad is actually an ex-professional footballer.
He is, yeah.
And Mason Mount's dad is not, and Mason Mount's dad is his agent.
Yeah.
You see, that's part of. This is what I was saying like a few weeks ago, where I said it's not only coaching that is important and critical to some of these young players. Teaching as well is very important. You see, that's where maybe the difference might have come from. So it's not a matter of like Rhys James was lucky because he signed his. He had the right teaching that, look, son, this is a amount for you at this time. It's better off we sign it and then we can renegotiate, tweak it a bit, but we have to sign what is in front of us. So what I'm trying to say is we cannot just attribute it to just luck.
No. I'm not even coming from that angle when I say luck. If Rhys James had that Rhys James just came back from injury, didn't he? From a long injury stint. If Rhys James didn't sign that contract before this injury, you think he gets the same amount of money?
No.
Because with more time, we get more data. And if data proves you're injury prone, why did Chelsea spend 35 million on Malagusco?
Exactly.
Because they've realized, this guy we signed might be injury prone. So that's what I meant by he signed lucky. He got the money. He said, you know what, cool. I'll take what I get right now. Mason Mount, his greatest strength, unfortunately, will be his greatest weakness. I'm sorry. And that's his mentality. He doesn't want to accept the terms he's given. That's why it's gotten this far. And in my opinion, he has overvalued himself.
Do you think he's priced himself out of that new contract then?
Yes. Because Rhys James,
Rhys
James can come here and say,
Eddie, sorry. The reason what I'm trying to say is why Mason Mount is in this predicament, okay, is because he doesn't have the right teaching around him. While as the other kid who had the right teaching around him made the right decision at the right time. So if they didn't offer Rhys James a contract, if there was no contract in front of him, he wouldn't just sign a blank paper. You know what I mean? So there was a contract in front of him, and he had the right people giving him the right teaching.
I guess the question against that is, would somebody give him the terms that he wants if he was?
That's what I'm saying. Like Liverpool, they don't give away wages like that.
That's what I mean. I don't think they would.
Not paying that.
No, I don't think Liverpool would give him the terms that he wants. I don't think, even with us at Man United, I don't think he's a player that we need personally, because we've got Eriksen, Fernandes. If we sign Sabitzer, we've got 3 players that are similar to him that we don't need. in the case of getting Mason Mount, and that's where I'm looking at it. And then suddenly we're struggling to come up with anywhere that he could go. So unless he drops his demands of what he wants and he accepts the terms that either Chelsea are offering him, or he goes elsewhere and he drops the
But
terms
the
and
problem
says,
now
"This
is
is my option."
Chelsea has already put him into the market in the summer, 15 million.
Well, even if that's the case, if they've already put him on the market, then he needs to drop his terms because nobody's going to touch him with a barge pole when he's demanding the sort of money that he wants in those cases. Because you can sign a player who is probably half the player that he is for those exact wages, and the market out there for midfielders. You guys at Chelsea broke the market for that anyway when you paid the money you paid for Enzo Fernandez. So clubs will look out there and think, well, we could give the wages that Mason Mount wants to sign Jude Bellingham. And Jude Bellingham is far superior of a player than Mason Mount will ever be with the potential of those two players that they have. You could probably get if Barcelona were willing to sell Frankie de Jong. I think a lot of people on this panel would rather have Frankie de Jong at Football Club on the wages that Mason Mount would want in that case, because it's a no-brainer. And that's why I just think with Mason Mount as a whole, whoever his agent is and who's advising him, that
his father.
That you're entitled to these sort of terms and you should be demanding them from the football club. I just don't think it's feasible at the end of the day. And the way you guys are moving the market, I think whether he stays there or not, I think you're going to guarantee at least one midfielder, if not two, with the sort of players that you're wanting to ship out in Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher, and them kind of profile of players. If that's the case, you've already brought in Enzo, so there's one. You're probably going to need a couple more if you're going to keep Kante long term and Kovacic.
No, Kovacic might go also too. He's on the market too.
Well, that's the thing, though. Obviously, there's a question mark there. But I said what I said when you guys needed all those centre halves when you got rid of Rudiger and Christensen last year. I said you needed a minimum of two. Midfielders is probably the same thing. But aside from the whole midfield argument, I think you guys, as your policy at Chelsea anyway, you need that number 9 more than you need midfielders right now. Because if you had a number 9 that can actually take the chances that you create in the final third, you'd have won a lot of these games that you've been complaining about that you haven't got the results against and you haven't got the look of. Because you give an elite number 9 the chances that Kai Havertz have had, they'll have probably a 50% conversion rate of half of his chances that he's had in the last 4 weeks. It's facts. You could go out there and get Oshimen, for example. He'll take half of those chances minimum.
Right, I think a midfielder is more important because for me we've lacked balance in that midfield for so long that the last proper DM we had is like Matic, and for me this position has not been that because for me the balance is more. For me, the balance is more important than for me that we need that midfielder for me to as well to fill up the rest of the team because I feel like the team is sometimes they're too scared every time because if we lose the ball we're even to switch formation. Obviously, the 3 is good, but if you want to switch out when we play a 4 at the back, we cannot play a 4 at the back because
you don't have the protection in front.
Yeah, we don't have the protection, so that's we've missed a proper a guy that can protect the back since Matic. It's been years. It's been way too long since we have that type of player. The profile.
This is the point, Kenny. Our midfield needs refreshing, like you've said, because we've had 3 midfielders carrying us for the past 4 seasons. One of them cannot run. One of them is a Real Madrid reject. Okay, but the thing is, we don't even have a striker. Our striker number in our team is 0. So that is why I think we have to prioritize getting a striker. We need to refresh the midfield. As you've said, there's a certain profile that is essential for a team to have, which we don't have. But all we have to do to the midfield now is to refresh it, and we've only refreshed it by just 1 player.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
we still need
because we are looking into 3 players for the midfield in the summer.
But the only reason why I said that with the strike thing was because you spent that much money on the investment that you put into Enzo, that I just think you don't necessarily need to spend a lot of money on one world-class elite midfielder, whereas you need that world-class elite goal scorer. That is what you need to finish this team. Whereas I look at the market and I think you forget about price tags. If price tags weren't a thing in football, Declan Rice should be the player that you should get in terms of that holding player. He'll be at your club at least 6 to 8 years minimum. He's probably not going to demand a lot of terms because he wants to play Champions League football. And in that case, that's the sort of profile that you need to look for as a midfielder. But are you seriously going to pay £100 billion for him? Probably
Why
not.
not? Why not?
Hell
Though?
no.
No,
Why
but
not?
you see, even Declan Rice, I'm not even sure that that's his like best position. For me, when I've seen him at his best at West Ham, for me, it's like obviously he can play the six, but for me, you're limiting his
Unless he gets relegated, I
his
don't
game.
think I think they're going to demand 100 million.
Anyway,
and
anyway, for
I don't
me,
know who's going to touch him.
Go to Spain and drop the money for Zubimendi. Thank you.
I don't know, like a proper like when I'm seeing how am I seeing Paulinho playing at Fulham? That's the type of player we need.
Yeah,
Like,
but he's-
how come we didn't go for them type of players?
Listen,
I don't get it.
my problem, Kenny, all these players that you guys are mentioning, I like Paulinho, but I remember what I was saying about Bissouma when he played at Brighton.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
Yeah. Tottenham just ain't using him properly. That's the
Yo,
problem.
man. I was
They
pissed
haven't
that he
used
went
him.
to Tottenham before instead of coming to us. I was mad.
25 million as well.
Imagine. And
Wow.
look at what's going on. So
Tottenham Hotspur.
again, the thing is, right? And I always say this. I used to say this to Kasim in the past, QNTV. And I said, yo, Kasim, the problem is if you come to our team as a midfielder, right? If you come to our team as a midfielder, can you deal with playing against low blocks? Because that's what we do every day. That's our office hours, low blocks. So a lot of these midfielders that look good at other teams where you run at them and they have the space to break through, they don't get that luxury when you come and when you play for a big team in the EPL.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but the midfielder we want right now is not the midfielder that's going to do that. Should be Enzo. The guy we want is the guy next to him that can allow Enzo to do
Who would you get, Blue Eyes? Blue
Yeah.
Eyes. Forget price tags in football right now, and you can take anybody from any club at this moment in time. Who would you want for that role that you've just said about?
That's a fantastic question. You know who
Forget price tags because we know that players get overestimated. Just take your pick of anybody right now.
I've said it already. There's two guys. You mentioned one of them, Tom.
Declan Rice, okay,
and the other one is Frankie Debad, Frankie Dinjo, Frankie de Jong. Those are my two choices. I've been pushing for these
Blue Eyes. Sorry, Blue Eyes. In as much as I'm not a big fan of Declan Rice, but I like him. In as much as
you're not a fan of him, but you appreciate him. Yeah.
The only player I rate most in that English national team is Harry Kane. I'll say it again, it's Kane. But in terms of I like Declan because with the profile of what we want, Declan is the guy to play together with Enzo and can kind of stabilize our midfield that can be a defensive midfielder for me. If I don't get Declan, I'm looking at Romeo Lavia of Southampton. It's another guy I have my eye on. I'm also looking at another Romeo Lavia.
So Abdullah, for me, I think. Sorry, Kenny. Sorry. So for me, I still think we need two top midfielders to come into the team.
Yeah, but
hold on, Abdullah. We need two top midfielders because we've only got Enzo as to refresh the midfield.
But as a top midfielder, yeah.
We need two extra top midfielders to refresh. I will get somebody like I'm not saying exactly, but I will get a top midfielder like Frankie de Jong, and I will then push Reece James to be a midfielder because I think he can do maybe 5%.
We're not having this conversation.
Than some of
we're not having this conversation.
We're not having this conversation again, bro.
Hold on, guys. Let me put it to you in perspective.
Yeah, go on.
The Declan Rice you guys are salivating about was pushed into midfield from center defense. You get it? So you cannot tell me that Reece James cannot play midfield. Reece James cannot play midfield.
But I think right now it's too. I think it's too late for him to make that change.
It's not too late. Come on.
Abdul, if you're the kind of midfielder we're talking is someone that's gonna sit.
Yes.
You're taking half of what Reece James does if you tell him to sit because Enzo is not sitting.
No, Eddie, you cannot say sit because it depends on formation. When we play currently the best suited formation for us is 3-4-3. We all agree. We don't use midfielder there. We use two central midfielders. So where's the sitting midfielder from?
Obviously you can still have when we won the league with
you're still gonna need one of your midfielders.
Hold on a minute,
because if you look at world football, the attacking formation most teams use is a 3-1-6
Oh,
or a
okay.
3-2-5.
In order to
Yeah.
answer your question, what did Enzo play in the World Cup final? Was he not the sitting midfielder?
He only played
Nah,
that.
No, I'm not doing
No,
that.
it wasn't
Game,
sitting. It
man.
was
Come on,
Abdul,
man.
wait.
it was the ball.
Wait, guys. Let me respond. See,
Yeah, this your
he
one
only
game.
played
You
that
Enzo
in the
play
final once.
But
Enzo
that's
Fernandez is the number 8.
How
He's
much?
This
the
is
No,
box to box.
You've been pushing this game.
And Abdul, see, I'll
no,
say it
it's
again. I'll say
one
it again.
game. It's a World Cup.
Abdul,
It's not just
One
any
game, all this one game.
It's not any
Yeah,
game.
but-
It's not blue eyes. It's the
Eh,
World Cup final.
Yeah, but
Why-
quick,
Eddie,
quick,
why
quick,
did you
quick,
give up?
quickly on.
Guys, Abdul,
Quick-
if you
This
look
guy
at
just
if you
said
look
about
at
doing this
Enzo,
with you.
if you look at Enzo
I'm not doing
Fernandez
this again.
profile as a
Please.
player, he's a
Yeah.
box to box. And I'll say it again.
Wait.
I'm not a I'm not a big fan of Declan Rice, but right now that is the guy we need in that midfield. I'm sorry,
Well,
but
you,
I
yeah,
talking
but
about with James. James is if you are bringing James into that
I didn't say
midfield,
with
I'm
James.
logging off as a Chelsea
I'm
fan
saying. I
because
didn't
he's
say
not
Wait,
disciplined enough.
I said I
He's
will
not
get
Wait,
disciplined.
midfielders. I will get a midfielder because the reason I'm saying that is because I have an eye on a striker, and the striker is going to cost us an arm and a leg and a head.
Go on, who and then?
And a
And
toe now.
you guys are talking about converting players. Before Pep went to Man City, where was what do you call him? Kevin De Bruyne played. It was a winger. It was a winger everywhere he played.
Yeah.
And when he went to Man City, Pep just threw him into midfield. Oh, so because I'm not Pep now, you don't believe me? Okay.
Yeah, but there's that like thing that's been labelled with Klopp where they've said when they didn't have that creative spark in midfield, there was, at one point contemplating putting Trent in there. He put Trent in there for a whole pre-season tour, and he was absolutely abysmal. And he completely scratched the plan of it all. He went back to right back, and then in that season they went and won the league when they kept him in his preferred position. Reece James, in that case, he's a. How can I say? He's not a right back in many senses. He's a right wing back because he'll offer you more offensively, but he's still got the defensive traits that he needs to be a good defender. But he can be a great in the attacking third, but he'll be an okay, decent defender. That's the only thing that you can label with him. And I think if you take that and you stick him in the midfield, like you were on about saying, and you've been in this process before where you've said about converting players and trying players in different positions. Thomas Tuchel was the master of that, and you brush it around with, say, Mason Mount, for example, to the point of where you played him as a winger, as a midfielder. At one point, I think you played him as a false nine, and now I don't even know where he even plays at that point in time.
They actually tried to play with James one game at midfield. It was a Champions League game, and honestly, he was terrible.
Zenit. We
He was
didn't play well.
Yeah.
The midfield
He
was
was
poor.
he was
Abdul
he was
doesn't
terrible.
remember that.
Yeah,
It
he
was
was
terrible.
But he was terrible. But you see on the Lavia, I think he's a good player. But for me, if you want to, for me, he's too young to just buy him and then
He's a young
just start him
Galactical.
directly.
He's a young
But
Galactical.
the thing is,
Huh?
that's the way Chelsea might have to go, because how many real established DMs are there right now
Mm.
that
Well,
are
it-
available? There's none.
Eddie, let me say one
There must be someone there. Probably we ain't heard about it. But
To be honest with you, if I was going to give you guys someone out of left field, and this is just completely out of the park, is Edison Alvarez, who plays at Ajax, for example.
I don't want
Just as like no, but if you listen, Declan Rice is sort of the mainstorming of the player, but like Blue Ice has already said, where this striker that you're wanting is going to cost you an arm, a leg, he's going to cost you bloody everything to get. Whoever you go for, Kane, Oshimen, whoever, they're going to blow you out of the water with an evaluation. And when you look at the midfielders that you guys are already talking about, Rice and De Jong and these players, they ain't good. They're at least minimum. Probably you'd be lucky to. You'd probably insult the clubs if you offered them anywhere near 70. That's an insult to West Ham or Barcelona. They'll be wanting upwards of at least £100 million to even consider letting one of those two players go.
Yeah.
And when you factor that in with the striker that you're wanting, suddenly then you spent nearly over £200 million on two positions that, will probably shore up your team, but you still need other options elsewhere. Like, you probably still need another centre half. You probably still need two or three midfielders in the long term. If you get rid of players like Mount, it's not a case of you just get rid of them and we can make do with what we've got. You've got to replace them. And you run about doing this fire sale, like you get rid of Chalobah, you get rid of Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher, Mount. It's not a case of you just throw these players away, because in some cases they are useful when you have an FA Cup game or when you have an injury crisis, like you had it like a couple of weeks ago. These players were in many ways gold dust, because if you didn't have them, you'd just be playing a bunch of youth players there. In many cases, you do need good squad players at your team, and that's why I just look at the market and I think the amount of evaluations, and I don't think you were painting yourselves in glory when you paid the amount of money you did for Enzo, but what's done is done, and you've done it now.
Exactly.
But you're going to be quoted ridiculous figures, because clubs are going to look at you and think, well, you paid it for Enzo Fernandez on deadline day, where you could have probably waited and maybe negotiated them over a whole summer window, and you might have got a better deal. But that's in the pretense. We look at the basis of it now in the present, and you think, if you went to go and get Jude Bellingham, 100 million, Rice, 100 million, De Jong,
do not bring that guy
100
into my
million.
club, please.
No, I'm just saying though, you look at the main sort of high profile midfielders right now, you're looking at £100 million to even entertain football clubs now. That's the problem that you guys are going to face when you navigate the market. And that's why it's either going to be you get that world class number 9 that I've just said about for the price tag that you want it, that's going to be blown around, or you have to prioritise and get where your priority is. Is it the midfielder or is it striker? That's just where I'm saying with the balance, because you haven't got anybody who's putting the goals in the net in terms of scoring. I think you've only scored one game you've scored 2 goals or more in the last 2 months or something. I think ridiculous like that. Like, you need a player who's going to pump the ball in the back of the net at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So unless you're going to, I don't know, you want to shave up security and you bring the Lukaku back and buy these midfielders that you're on about, then sit back and hold tight.
Tom, you just hit the nail on the head. In my opinion, Chelsea aren't signing a top striker this summer. Y'all can leave your pipe dream all you want to Oshimen and all these guys. With the amount they cost, if Chelsea are not playing in Europe, especially, if they don't make at least
True,
Europa
that's
League,
another point, yeah.
Forget the striker argument is dead. Oshimen's not coming in and playing the Conference League. So let's be real, man. He's not coming in and play Conference League. Harry Kane is not leaving Tottenham, who might probably play Champions League next year, to come play the Conference League. Yes, Chelsea will play Champions League in other years, but you've got to look at what's on the table this summer. Get yourself a Marcus Thuram or something for free. Get Lukaku back. Fill up the rest of your squad, and then we build from the next season. There's nothing wrong with that.
Eddie, you want round 2 of Lukaku, yeah? Because I brought that up a time ago.
I don't want Lukaku.
Hey,
I don't want Lukaku.
Look, like okay.
I don't want Lukaku.
Or maybe Eddie, you don't want it.
Hold on.
Eddie, you might not want it.
Tom said this before.
Yeah.
Go look at all the chances Kai Havertz has had this season. Do you think Lukaku doesn't finish more than half of those?
100%.
So why are we arguing?
You get to that position because it's a Timberlantic timber. I'm sorry.
But you know, third time's the charm in it. So I think you should come back for the third.
You just have to.
But let's be honest. At the beginning, he worked well.
Yeah,
he did work well at the beginning.
It wasn't entirely his fault. I don't care what anyone says. It wasn't entirely his fault.
Yeah. Obviously, we know he got injured and all that stuff. And then
hold on, did somebody just say that Lukaku will finish Kai Havertz's chances?
Yes, it's not. Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you giggling? Why are you giggling? The way the Kai is
look. If the ball's in our court and we could do whatever we wanted, you sell Lukaku, buy someone else. But I'm sorry, that's not where we're at right now. There are so many issues with this squad you've got to fix. That midfield is critical, and you already have at least some form of a finisher. He might not be world class, but he can do the job up to a certain level.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like Graham Potter plays with a proper striker every game. He's one of those that likes his false nines as well.
Let me ask you guys the question. Can somebody please, if you're eating, share. If you don't want to share, then mute your mic. Mute your mic. If you're not sharing, I'm putting that thing in Amazon and getting it shipped to me. Mute your mic. No. Can somebody please tell me how Thomas Mueller made a living?
Final pass.
Okay.
Thomas
Thomas Müller.
What?
Can somebody please tell me how Thomas? I saw Thomas Müller with a Man of the Match award yesterday. I'm like, this old man still the job.
Yeah, I see the
Mm.
job.
Yesterday, really, they gave it to him.
Yeah, yesterday they gave it to him.
He's a smart bowler, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
He's a smart
Very
bowler, man.
very shrewd, top class player. That's what you call a top class player. And if I'm sorry, I know if I say this, I'm probably jumping the gun, guys. If Kai Havertz can behave himself, he's that
Oh my
profile.
days.
No, he is that profile.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
nah,
but still,
he
still need,
is.
but he still need a striker. He still need a striker to
No,
play
but-
next to him.
Exactly. No, but what I'm saying is people think no, the reason why we are doing this, I'm thinking in my head, it's not because Kai Havertz is going to be our 9. No. It's because Kai Havertz can facilitate what we are trying to do right now in the short term, which is attack in groups, like attack in bunches. Kai Havertz can be that guy. Until we get that lone striker that you guys are talking about, Kai Havertz works. And even if we get a lone striker, Kai Havertz can work with the lone striker as well.
I didn't know I brought up Kai Havertz.
Oh no, I'm just saying because of Thomas Müller. Thomas Müller is listen. People underestimate what Thomas Müller does for Bayern Munich, and it's if we need to make sure that when it comes to scoring for Chelsea, we need players that can bring that to the table too. It's not about having a lone striker. This whole lone striker thing. When was the last time a lone striker worked for Chelsea, guys?
Diego Costa, 2017.
Costa, Drogba, you're going back a bit. Yeah.
There's been such a what do you call it? Cultural shift from the way we manufacture goals.
Yes.
That right now we basically have to go back into orientation mode to get back to getting used to using a lone striker, which is what scares me.
It's not even using a lone striker, like I said before on a different stream. Chelsea lack goal scorers. It's not just a striker.
Yeah, exactly.
But
you
don't.
Very true.
The best goal scorers at Chelsea are Ben Chilwell and bloody Reece James.
Sterling.
Before that, it was Marcos Alonso.
But you look at how football is nowadays. You have these wingers like at Liverpool, for example. You can take any of those front three players, and you can say easily that they should, if they're playing to full potential and they don't get injured for a season, they should exceed at least 20 goals each.
Yes,
that's 60 goals for your team. And Liverpool haven't had that out and out number 9 ever since they bought Darwin Núñez. Because Firmino wasn't that superstar goal scorer, even though he created chances, but he helped push on the careers of Mane and Salah, where he opened the space for those players to run him and be those direct wingers and get 30 goals and win Golden Boots and all these awards. And he was one of the main assist players in that sort of squad. Whereas with you guys, it's not, like I say, you can spend 100 or whatever XYZ millions on Oshimen or Kane or whoever, but even just as a collective and as a team, that might bring you 20 plus goals for you bring that profile of player in. But just even as a team, you don't score enough goals as a team. Like even with your midfielders don't score a lot of goals consistently season after season. They don't, because you don't have those profile of midfielders that do that. Whereas you take such as Liverpool, for example, Henderson might ship in 5 goals a season. You'll have Thiago shipping 5 goals a season, and the numbers add up. But with you guys, it's like 2-3 goals a season, if that, per player. From midfield in the season, you barely get it.
I think for me, I think it's a mismatch though, because yes, I get what you said, and I think the problem is this is my issue now. We started creating this false 9 rubbish, and it's when Pep went to the Premier League, that is when we started creating this false 9 rubbish. Chelsea have always succeeded with a target man in number 9, and that is how we've been playing from Mourinho Herrera to all the manager we were having. There is always a target number 9 there who scores us the goals. So when Pep comes in, we change this dynamic to like false 9 days, false 9 days, false 9 days. If Chelsea wants to win, like you said, any club in Watford that wants to win either a league title or a Champions League, you need a clinical number 9. Every club has it. Benzema, Madrid, Barcelona, Robert Lewandowski. So Man City, Haaland, Man United, not so much Man United doesn't have it, but you have a goal scorer in there.
We'll get one in the summer.
Do Bayern have it?
Yeah, Bayern don't have it. They've been
promoting, yeah.
But Bayern have goal scorers.
No. If you have people around them that actually score, For me, it's not the main. It's the people around them. It's your
I don't think
Sterling,
exactly.
your Sterlings, your Felixes,
I'm not desperate for a
your
striker
Mason
personally.
Mounts. These
I'm really
guys.
not desperate for a striker personally. That's just
Exactly.
me
That's
personally.
Same here, man. Same here.
I'm
I
that's
not
why
don't.
desperate
that's
at
why I
I'm
all.
don't
not.
get
If
the
we
whole.
get one and we get the right one, but if we don't get a striker, I'm cool.
Yes, go out
Yeah,
and get
because
us goal scorers, man.
we've gone that path before of just buy a number 9 and then it's going to solve the issue. That's you need to buy a proper 9. You
Fair
can't
enough.
just
So
be buying
let,
a
No.
random
Guys,
9.
guys. I think we are actually missing a point or two there. I thought Blue Eyes was going to continue to his with his explanation, but he sort of like changed the direction of his argument. I think this phenomenon of number 9 target man, lone striker, this concept was introduced to British football or Premier League football by Jose Mourinho with Didier Drogba. If you look at it before then, we used to always have twin strikers. And I was thinking about some of the strikers we had before Drogba in the top teams. You can only count a handful that can only play as a single point striker. Most of them have to play as a twin striker. So I think we have to be fair to some of these strikers that we're bringing in, or when we are actually assessing them, that it's not all strikers that are Didier Drogba at the highest level who can play as a single striker. Okay, most of them can only succeed when they play as a twin striker. That is where the problem is. So it's not like we bring because of the strikers we are bringing in. Chelsea Football Club is actually, diminishing them or whatever. It's just because they cannot play as a twin striker. It's a different kind of. For you need to be a different kind of striker to play in that kind of with that kind of in that kind of system and succeed. And if you start counting, if you look at it from that angle and you start looking at the strikers that have been at Chelsea since Drogba, you can easily see which ones can play as a twin striker and which ones can play as a single striker.
Now
So
mute
it's not
that
like
mic since you don't want to share. Mute that mic. Sorry, Abdul.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
it's not like it's not like
thank you. What is
they
going on with you?
they are bad strikers. It's just because some of them cannot play as a single striker. And if you look at it now, even some of the strikers we are clamoring for, they play as twin striker. Lukaku was playing at twin striker at Italy when he was, being a success.
Lautaro
We brought him
Martinez.
in, he couldn't
Yeah, that's right.
succeed.
Yeah.
We were asking him to play as a single striker. Even the Oshimen were screaming about. Paletti plays with twin striker, with his twin strike force.
But I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
Yeah,
Osimhen can play more than that.
Get it? So
Abdul. No, 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 Abdul.
we have to be very
Abdul,
careful there.
I feel like
But Abdul,
you're
Abdul,
missing the point.
wait.
You're missing the point a little bit because what we're saying is you need goal scorers, goal threats
No.
around
That
these
point is valid.
strikers.
No, Eddie,
Yeah.
Eddie, that point you guys are making
So I
is
don't
valid.
get this point
I'm
about
talking
single
about
strikers.
no. I'm talking about something else. I'm not talking about we need goal scorers. That point you guys are making is valid because number one, we don't have goal scoring midfielders in our team. We've not had them for like 4 seasons now. Okay, and currently our forward players are not really scoring
And that's
because
the problem.
Yeah, that's
because they
the
are
issue.
not. They are,
Yeah.
That's the
yeah,
issue.
but it's not their fault. They are not those kind of players. Felix is not going to get you 20 goals like Frank Lampard. Okay,
No,
Kai
but so
Havertz.
if these guys are not, these guys they cannot
Mudryk
score
should be.
and they barely create. So why are they here for them? Like,
No, Mudryk should be.
So now,
huh?
it's Nana, please hang on, hold the banter for a while, please.
I'm not battering.
No, hold the banter, please. So now, I just want to respond to what Kenny is saying. So now, the reality is, it then boils down to coaching. That if you don't have those kind of players, or those kind of players who can, there are certain players that can deliver in all systems. There are certain players that can only deliver in particular kind of systems. So that is where the coaching comes into place. Kai Havertz by himself will not get you 15 to 20 goals. But if you pair him up as a twin kind of goal scorers, maybe with Raheem Sterling next to him, they are most likely going to like increase their tally. That's when the coaching comes in. You cannot still be playing the same formation of, what do you call it, 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-4, 3-4-3. You have to pair them. Maybe you have to pair them up, because let's not ignore it. The money we have is actually now. We've not had money for like, I don't know, for like maybe like 7 seasons. The money we are having is actually now. It's now that we are actually being rich, where we're thinking about go get £100 million, Enzo, go get £100 million. What's it called?
Interesting.
Go whatever. Okay. So the reality is, if this was our reality and we didn't have footballers' money, what will a coach do now? The coach will, with the team we have now, you have to play pair goal scorers before we can actually raise our goals.
No, but for me, some of these players, like what? What are you doing at?
Abdul,
What are you guys doing at training?
I'm struggling to get your point, man. Because
I'm not.
You're
saying like change formation.
On one hand, you're saying pair Havertz with Sterling. On another, which one is this? There is no prolific goal scorer in this team. Yes, Sterling can get you goals if you give him the chances. Havertz can.
Eddie, this is my point. Okay, in 2 months we've only scored 3 goals. It's not like we are not creating the chances. It's we are not taking it. It's not like we don't have people who can score goals, but they are not prolific. So let's say hypothetically on paper, how would we have increased that tally from 3 to maybe 8? You cannot rely on one person, because one person cannot deliver that numbers for you. So you have to play them as a pair. So let's say
Abdul,
but the thing they had the chances.
Abdul, come on. You still need the chances at the end of the point up front, man.
That is what I'm saying. You don't need the system we've acclimatized to that makes us think that we only need one focal point. If I'm to put it to you in simple terms, we need 2 focal points. One focal point cannot work.
I'm confused.
We don't need no striker, man. We don't need
the thing I'm saying is that at the end of the day, these guys, even if you put them in the 2 strikers, they still have the same weaknesses in the game, which is goal scoring. So even if you create, they have enough chances. For me, it's just that these guys, you cannot rely on them consistently to score goals. So that's when I get what you say. When you say you need a goal scorer, yes.
The chances. You have to increase
but there's enough chances being created.
But Abdul,
how many more chances do you want to?
How many more chances do you want to create?
That is why we've only had 3 goals in 2 months.
It's not because of the chances.
Let me know how many people played football here. Let me know how many people played football here.
I played football.
I just want to know how many people. There's people that played football, and there's people that played ball. Different things, and there's 2 different things. And the question is this: how many chances do you need to score 1 goal?
Yeah, I'm sure you normally.
I do like that one.
I see Chris.
Hold on, Kenny, just allow me 2 seconds. Blue Eyes, thank you for that. Thank you for that question.
You're welcome, bro.
But I'll first speak to the first quote that you said. Who know football and who play football? Okay. Sorry, you say who has played? What was that quote you gave at the start?
You said some people play football.
Who played football? Some people played ball.
Yeah, some people play football. Some people play ball. Yeah, but go ahead, my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And some people know ball.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
For me to speak to that quote you're saying, the thing is that varies. Okay, based on the striker. That is why Jose Mourinho says one time that if you want to win the Champions League, you get a striker that does not need 2 chances to score a goal. If all these kind of strikers were available everywhere, every team will have them. Okay, we know Benzema even doesn't need a chance. He will create that chance himself. So it varies from striker to striker. What we are saying is at Chelsea, okay, we don't have strikers that will score a goal for you by just creating them 1 chance. Create them 2 chances, they are not even going to take it. 3 chances, they might take half of the chance. So what do? You have to increase the option for them. You have to increase the tally. Create like 5.
Or you replace them.
No, this is not feasible.
Exactly.
Like you have to get better as a player. As a player, if you see you keep on missing, I'm sorry, at training, you have to try and get better. Like, I'm sorry, I can't keep creating more chances.
Can't someone tell me why Pep got Haaland?
That is why we've been in this relegation form, because we don't have those kind of players. And as a coach, if you don't have that kind of player, sometimes
wait,
you use two instead of one.
No, but it's been years.
Abdul, wait, let me ask Abdul a question. This is not banter. I'm not bantering. I'm looking at player profiles. I know they're babies now, yes. But don't you think Mudryk and Noni have the profile based on their game where, let's say, I'm good. Let me be conservative. Let's say in the next 3 years they could become those goal scoring wingers. You don't see that?
See, Nana,
Potential,
look,
yeah.
I'm not going to strip down Noni and Mudryk.
You don't have to strip them down. It's just like yes or no.
These guys have not even played 10 games for Chelsea.
Yeah.
I am still waiting for Jack Grealish, who's been at Man City for over a season, to deliver his magic.
What does he have to do with this?
What does that have to do with this?
Hold on. I have witnessed Malouda, who took 2 seasons before he settled down. Okay, so I'm not going to strip up 2 young players, 2 young kids.
That's why he said 3 years.
Yeah, that's why I said 3 years. I said I'll be conservative. 3 years.
It's only the player. Didn't you follow Ronaldo's trajectory? It's only the players that can determine how good they can become. It's not you watching them. Your eye test cannot. You just looking at them cannot make them better. They are the only one who can make themselves to get to any heights to become better. And
right, Abdul, just answer the damn question, man. There's a reason why Jude Bellingham costs 120 goddamn million. Cause potential. It's a simple question. Can they get there based on what you can see now or not?
That's the part. That's the first part. Part A. Part B. Can they get there with this coach? That's part B. Sorry.
And part C. Let me say part C. Yeah, Abdul. And this.
That's part C.
That's part C. Okay, then part D, which I think.
Okay,
part C. Part C is
Yeah.
because what you guys have said right now actually got me thinking. What Abdul has been saying got me thinking, because this thing about democratizing goal scoring is actually very important. However, we have a kid who in the past 2 seasons had a GA of close to 56 points. I want that to sink in. What was Mason Mount's GA last year from midfield?
He said 56 points.
Am I off?
It was high. It was the highest in Chelsea. It was the highest in Chelsea.
In the 2 seasons when he was player of the year, what was his GA? Listen, I'm learning from the kids now. You never hear me say GA.
I know last season he had the good one. I know last.
And the year before, what about the year before?
But the year before was alright. Yeah, exactly. But the last year was his best year.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so since we're talking about democratizing goal production, we have a kid who has gone barren, for lack of a better way to put it, for the past 2 since Abdullah, since Euros, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't been scoring since Euros.
Nah.
No, World Cup.
It was World Cup. Last.
No.
After the
Guys,
He's been bad this season.
This Euro 2021, Mason Mount has checked out.
After that final,
2021, 2022 was his best season, prolific wise. I don't think it was his best season.
No. Since Euro, he's been checked out.
Nice.
What?
I'll be nice with this season.
Yeah, it was.
No,
I was surprised that he got. Go ahead.
After the Euros, he had his best. I think the season we won the Champions League was his best season. Like if we're talking about overall play, but the Euro season afterwards, he scored like last season. He scored like his best season.
Why are we throwing this?
We won the UCL 2020-2021.
Oh, hold on, though. Why are we throwing like Eddie is saying? Eddie was comparing Chelsea to Bayern, and he says with Bayern they have quality all over the front yard because everybody can score.
To Bayern, let's get that in.
I know. We're better than Bayern. Okay,
I don't know about that.
But come on. Now, my last point. Why are we throwing Mason Mount to the Wolves? Why is Mason Mount going to Liverpool?
Because he doesn't want to sign the contract. Blue Eyes.
He's overvalued himself.
How is he
He's
overvaluing
overvalued
himself?
himself.
Blue eyes. If you did not sign the contract, what do you want us to do?
No,
Let
but
you
Yeah,
like I said already, because I never had a chance to actually. Abdul, sorry, man. I know you were talking. Listen,
Go
you
ahead.
can't give you can't give Rhys James 200 and something back
I agree.
and give Mason Mount 180 for what?
I agree.
Mason Mount is
no,
doing the right thing.
I agree.
He's doing
But
the right
that was
thing.
a different ownership.
But the
So,
No,
problem
but
is,
Blue eyes, I said this
No.
the,
yesterday.
the
Blue
On what
problem
eyes,
is
Blue
basis
eyes,
did
RJ,
Blue eyes.
RJ for me.
Mason Mount is
Let's
not
be
200 jobs and
hold
better than
Blue
on,
eyes?
Mason
I said
Mount.
guys.
this previously.
Rhys
Let's
James
be
is not
careful.
Mason Mount.
Let's be careful with the reported numbers. Rich James might go up to 250 because we know the thing is incentivized contracts based on performances. It might be Mason Mount does not want that. He just wants his base to be higher. So let's not. Rich James doesn't get 250 in the bank account every week. Nah,
Fair enough.
it might be
and
you get this, you get this, you
Okay,
get
so
250.
then please clarify. Yeah, please clarify the terms of these
But
deals.
you see, we Mason Mount also
That makes
Mason Mount is negotiating contract right now, and he's playing the worst that he's ever played. So obviously, right now, like he doesn't have the upper hand. Like the
And
way you play right now, you cannot be asking with that type of money with the performance you've been dropping.
the second part of this is
sorry.
Mason Mount doesn't want to sign for 8 years. Rich James,
Yeah.
Rich James wanted the 8 years. So,
So let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah.
So good topic. I want to talk about another person also. Which I'm a little bit.
Sorry, Abdullah. Sorry, do you want me to
Abdul
answer
didn't finish.
NK's question? Okay. So let me quickly answer.
Quickly, please, boss.
Quickly.
Quickly.
Oh, okay. So the thing is, NK, I'm not going to answer the question like a casual. Okay. So hold on. I'm serious here. I'm not going to answer your question like a casual because I'm not in football. Football is my field. So you either want a proper answer or you just want some kind of simple answers. But the thing is, only a player can determine how good he is. So it's not me. I cannot use my eye to say this guy is going to be this good at certain years,
Okay.
except you're truly. Let me finish. Except you're truly exceptional. Like the first day I ever saw Messi, because I never knew him before he put on Barcelona's senior shirt. The first time I saw him, I said this guy might be one of the greatest they've seen after Maradona. That was my own take about it. Okay, in terms of Potter taking those two players to the highest level, I wouldn't say he cannot take them to the highest level, but there's other coaches out there that it's obvious they can take those players to the next level.
Okay.
Okay, people like Ancelotti, just to name a few. I think these guys. I'm not saying Potter cannot do it, but there are more obvious coaches out there that I think can do it. And then the third one was I can't remember what was the third question.
But before I move on to the next one, to cut it short, I get what you said. Potter might not be the right thing, but Nana has always been making one comparison, which I like, is squad building. If Potter is not the right guy to build his squad, he will be fired.
God bless you.
Someone else should come in and work with this player and elevate them and make them the what and the
God bless
potential you want them to be. So Potter might not be there for life, but you can bring a world-class manager who can make this player on a consistent level out to shine, even outside their GA and even make them a better player in future. So we have to be very careful when we talk about Potter this. It might not be here for a very long time. That 5 years for me is just for me.
Yeah.
It might not be here for a very long time. It might be like, okay, we don't want him here. We bring someone in. We believe it's the right man to take this club forward. Are we gonna sign him? There's no crime in admitting to your mistake. There's no crime in it. It happens in football. Football is a result business. If you're not getting the result that people want, you're gonna get fired. It's very simple. It is very simple. So let's move.
No. Yes, please.
I want to talk about somebody else. Before I talk, I know Blas will hang me on this because Blas, I have my prediction ready for the potential UCL duels. Relax, Blas. I have it ready. And I will repeat myself again. I do not want Napoli. Because if Chelsea get Napoli and one certain player put in a sinker, Lord have mercy. That team is gonna be, oh my God.
But you know what? Why is it that the streets don't want Oshimen at Cobham? Why?
I think it's the price tag.
I'm about to talk about
Blue eyes acting like he doesn't know.
I'm about to talk about him now. I'm about to talk about him.
Blue eyes, have you seen Bellingham in the last couple of days?
So, according to the reports we are hearing, we are gonna go all out for Victor Oshimen in the summer to get him, because I think that's Jacob Steinberg worked with the Athletic, so he kind of reported it and put it out on the tier for people to listen. Also, we're looking to get him in the summer along with Christopher Lukunku in June to bring to the club. That's for goal scoring.
Abdullah, Chelsea cannot afford to see man. Let's leave story.
We are not broke. We are not Arsenal.
This
200
guy.
You're talking of taking the face of Serie A. They will agree. They will not agree.
Carlito, I see you, my brother. Carlito, I see you in the comments, my brother.
Please,
Abdullah,
220. Even if Chelsea can afford him, De Laurentiis will not sell. Serie A will not want to lose their best player. He's currently the face of Serie A.
Yeah, Abdullah, this ain't a topic, bro. I'm sorry. This ain't a topic. Wait, you want Oshimen? You want Oshimen to come and do what?
Carlito.
You want Oshimen to come and do what? Play in the Conference League. Wait, so he leaves big Serie A to come play in the Conference League or play one game a week?
To come play for his boyhood club.
But
Abdul,
Eddie, man, Eddie,
so
why are you so? No, Eddie, this doesn't like you, man. Why are you so? Come on,
let's go back to Abdul. Abdul made a
what
statement.
sort of argument are you guys even?
No, you guys are forgetting
are
something.
even like bringing
Hold
up.
on.
Anyway, Chelsea cannot sign a player. Where did you get that from? Chelsea cannot sign
wonder-
a player.
no one's saying. No one's saying.
Abdul,
No one's saying
Chelsea cannot sign Oshimen. Oshimen is not leaving Napoli next season.
Yeah, next season. That's what we're saying.
He's not leaving Napoli next season. I can bet you money, man. He's not going anywhere.
Bet him, Emmy, bet him.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not going anywhere. He has 4 more years on his contract. He's not going anywhere.
Hold on.
We can negotiate. See, you see this scenario where a player cannot leave. Football is a result-based business, and it's not about business.
You guys are drunk, man. You're drunk.
Look, what are you supposed to do?
No negotiating, Abdullahi. Put down.
Abdullahi.
Let me ask you. Wait, hold on. Let me ask him first. Abdullahi, let me ask you one question. That's where I'm going to start. You approached De Laurentiis in the summer. Yeah. Now keep this in mind. You paid 110 mil. You dropped 110 for Enzo.
Exactly.
You paid 80-90 for Mudryk. Where is negotiation starting for Oshimen?
150.
Oshimen, nothing less than 150.
Okay.
Starting points.
Okay.
And you know they don't have FFP no more because it's got to be a 5-year contract. Chelsea can't be doing it. Without Champions League, you're not affording this guy, man.
FFP.
Who said we come with Champions League? Who said we come with Champions
FFP
League?
ain't gonna let you.
Abdullahi,
Who said we come with Champions League? Who said?
Abdullahi, please.
Just let it go, man. Let it go.
No. Just quickly, please, Abdullahi.
Let it go.
We were all here
because of my
boy. We were all here, Abdullahi. We were all here. Emmy, Eddie, Blue Eyes, Eric, even OG Sam. We were all here. Every single stream, Haaland. What is not going to happen is not going to happen, Abdullahi. And this one there, I know he's your guy. If it's possible, please. But Abdullahi, I'm sorry.
NK, Haaland never said he wanted to come to Chelsea.
It's not feasible.
Haaland never said he wanted to come to Chelsea. Oshimen said he wants to come to Chelsea.
Okay.
Koulibaly said he wanted to come to Chelsea 4 years ago.
I don't know.
I don't
know of that.
Yeah, how many years later?
How many years later, man?
No. I don't know of that. I don't know Koulibaly's reporting that he wants to come to Chelsea. This guy say Chelsea is his boyhood dream. He wants to come and make a name. These kids have looked up to Didier Drogba for the past 10 years.
Abdul,
the first person that does not care. You know who doesn't care about that shit? De Laurentiis. He doesn't give a damn.
See, Eddie, hold on. See, Eddie. I'm not even going to taste what you're saying, not to talk of swallow it. Okay.
Somebody needs to mute. I beg.
It's not
Somebody
me,
mute.
it's not me, your guy.
Eddie,
Who is
Emmy,
cooking?
It's not
they
me.
chop
It's
now.
not me.
In the chop
Emmy,
at the same
probably
time.
Emmy.
Now, Emmy, they chop, they drink palm wine. I thought in weekend don't start. It's Thursday.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised Emmy is saying this. Emmy, you that saw Figo move from Barcelona to Real Madrid, you're
Oh,
saying it's
Oh
Oh
not
my
my
god.
for
gosh,
one player to move
man.
from one place to another
yo,
place. What sort of excuse is that?
yo,
No,
Abdullahi, I'm not
but
normally one for the granddad
Abdul,
stuff,
those
man.
were those days.
I'm not one for the
See,
granddad stuff,
Enki,
man.
hold on.
But
Enki,
Abdullahi,
Figo was not the face of Barcelona at the time.
who was the best player at Barcelona when he left Barcelona? Talk true.
Rivaldo.
I said when he left
No,
Barcelona.
even
Rivaldo was
Oshimen.
the best player in Barcelona when Figo left.
Oshimen is not even the best player at Napoli.
Exactly. It's not. Oh,
It's not
and
even the
even-
best.
He is. No,
Nah,
he's the face of Syria.
No. If you know Syria, you know a man from that color cannot be no face.
oh
No.
wow,
You should. No.
Yeah, to be fair
No,
now.
stop. No, I don't want to make this that way, but if you want to go that way, we can go. But
That's it.
To be
That's
fair.
Emmy's department, though. That's Emmy's department, please. Don't
yeah,
go
we
there.
can go that way, but I don't want to even go that way today.
That's Emmy's
Emmy,
area of
don't do that. Emmy,
specialization.
don't do that. You're
Please,
better than that. Emmy, you're better than that, man.
Let me get my point clear. I
Yeah.
am not saying he is coming. I am not saying we are going to get him. But for you to make that statement, especially you, to say he cannot come.
It's because of De Laurentiis. It's because of De Laurentiis,
It's
Abdul.
because
It was any other
yeah.
club. Let me tell you the two clubs that are very difficult to negotiate with. You see, Napoli with De Laurentiis and Lyon with Michael Aulas. Those two clubs, it's almost impossible to get their players.
Add Daniel Levy as well for
Yeah,
Chelsea alone.
if they
And then
if
you
they
can
don't
now
want to,
add Daniel Levy.
yeah, if they don't want to sell, they will not sell. Like you cannot force them to sell a player. That is when they want to, when they will allow the player to
You
leave.
guys are
That's
taking
what they will
too
sell the player.
Who can force anybody in this world? It's really force. Who is going to force?
De Laurentiis forced Koulibaly to stay when Chelsea wanted him, and the deal was almost done with Koulibaly and Roman, right? Koulibaly wanted to leave. He didn't. Do you know what De Laurentiis made him do? De Laurentiis made him to sign a 5-year deal.
Man, let me know when we switch topics, man. I'm not discussing this.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about this, but don't. Let's go somewhere else, man.
Wait,
I'm tired of this.
quickly.
I want to talk about Jaja Felinci.
Wait. Realistically, how much do you think we would have to pay to buy him? How much do you think we would have to pay?
For who?
At least £150 million.
For
It will be a record.
Yo, I like Victor. I like Victor
180.
Osimhen.
180.
I like Victor Osimhen. I'm pulling for him, yeah. But let's be real. 150. I'm not even sure if he's going to be the certified. Like, I'm not sure. There's still flaws in his game. So I'm not sure if he's the. No. But let's be no. If you watched him, he still have some flaws in his game, doesn't he?
What was his flaw? Tell me one flaw.
First
what is his flaw? Please educate.
First of all, sometimes his touches can be a bit, and but let's be real. And some of his finishes are dodgy. No, but did you see the goal he scored against Frankfurt? It was lucky he scored them goals. I saw that.
No, but you can't take it away from he's the most informed striker in Europe currently.
No, he is.
Of course.
He is. He 100% is. But I'm not sure it's 100%. Like the first, I think
no.
150.
Everybody has a flaw. There's no perfect striker.
I know, but the pressure is gonna get. Like the first season. I'm not sure it's gonna bang. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, Kenny. You think he doesn't have pressure in Napoli? Holding Napoli top of Serie A for the first time. For the first time since 1990. Wait, hold on.
No.
For the first time since Maradona won the Serie A for Napoli, Napoli is on top for the first time since 1990. And you think that's not pressure?
No, the expectation is going to be different. Premier League and Serie A is different. The type of pressure.
Oh my, no, don't do that.
Come on, let's be real, man.
No, you can't say that. Serie A. I'm an advocate of Serie A. Serie A, they still play football there. At least it's more
What they do,
competitive.
no, Emmy, we're not debating that. They play football.
Yeah,
They play football.
yeah.
Yeah, it's more competitive. The Premier League is so one-sided. I can tell you, Man City will beat almost everybody. Same with Arsenal. So far.
No, but competitive doesn't mean bad. That doesn't.
No, but AC Milan beat Tottenham, right? Tottenham is top 4,
You're not
right?
gonna stop Emmy.
No,
You're
no,
not gonna stop him.
I know that, but the thing is that the pressure is going to receive here is different than the type of
Oh, more leave pressure. Now, Jegule, boy, which
Jaja
pressure?
Lynchy.
Have you chased change in traffic before, Kenny?
No,
Have you chased change before in traffic? Like a moving car. Have you chased a moving car? That's what that boy did for many years as a young boy. You're telling me that he had pressure. What pressure are you talking about?
Days.
Man, there's no pressure, man. Which pressure? Have you chased a car before to collect your money?
Yo,
No.
all I'm saying is that
There's no pressure.
All I'm saying is that if he comes first season, I'm not sure it's gonna ban it. I'm not saying it's gonna.
Why not? Why not? If he goes to a good team, with good midfielders that will supply him, yeah, he's gonna play football, man. He's a ball.
Chelsea is not that right now, so that's what.
I'm not talking of Chelsea. Did you hear me call Chelsea?
I'm talking because that's what we're talking about right now.
No. I don't think he'll go to Chelsea, even if he's moving to the Premier League. I think he'll go to another club.
Hold on.
If Oshimen signed for Chelsea,
Abdul, how do you think this boy will come to Chelsea? Why don't they come to Chelsea?
We're not broke.
Hold on.
We're not like
I would
Arsenal,
like to
with due respect.
You know, Chelsea try Oshimen, man. Or FFP will come on Chelsea. Go on, Abdul.
I think I understand where Kenny is coming from. Kenny, for one, I think Kenny is comparing him to the Lewandowski and the Benzemas. Okay,
he's almost on that level now. He's tier one. He's not world class, but he's tier one right now. Yeah. He's not world class. I'm not saying Oshimen is world class, but he's tier one. He's top there. How
many tell you hold on, man? So the thing is, it's understandable for you to make that comparison, but he's a young player. But the most critical thing, okay, is and Oshimen has it, is Oshimen is still very hungry. Don't think any of that has got to his head. He's still very hungry. This guy is still playing like he's just landed in Europe.
Yeah, so that's mentality.
No, yeah, that 100%. 100%. I don't doubt that.
If it's not at that level, he will push himself to. He has the mentality to push himself to want to get to that level. So, in that respect, I have a feeling he's going to succeed. At what level he's going to succeed or how he's going to succeed, I don't know. This guy has succeeded everywhere he's gone to.
Yeah, but Abdul, do you agree? Do you agree with me that he's not moving? He's not moving this summer because he would like to defend Napoli's title next season.
But that is what you feel. What is the reality? The football reality.
I'm telling you,
first, moving, Abdul.
He's not moving. Abdul, see, De Laurentiis will not sell Oshimen even if Oshimen drops a transfer request. That's how bad it is.
No, are you related to them?
Have you talked to De Laurentiis before?
There's records of events.
Hold on, guys.
Abdul.
Yeah, we have records of events with De Laurentiis. Not with Chelsea, but with every other club. It's almost impossible to buy a player from Napoli. When last you see a star player from Napoli move?
Hold on, let me jump in really quick. I beg.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's say Oshimen is worth 40 million because that's what everybody wants to hear. Let's say he's worth 40 million, and Chelsea is able to go and bring him in. How does he work in what we're trying to do? Remember, the reason I say this. Hold on. The reason I say this, Abdul took us through a little historical account on what our attacking has been like and what it should look like in the sense that. Does he play in a 2 or does he play in a 1? If he plays as a 1, do we have a team that knows how to support a 1? Or do we?
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
How does he fit?
No. No, so the only way,
that's my
this guy will play, that's Oshimen will play in Chelsea, is if Chelsea plays Nkunku very close to him, so they can't actually mix as a two, almost a two, but just off of him, not on the same line, but off of him. That's Nkunku carries the crowd, and then Oshimen is just there to actually, either strike or make the plays too. But I doubt, yeah, like we have the team to get Oshimen. If we have Nkunku coming, we have Havertz, we have Felix. Now the problem that we'll have is that midfield. That midfield has to have, in their current midfield, they have a guy called Lobotka. They have Lobotka. Lobotka is the creative spark in that midfield. You can liken him to Enzo, but I'll take Lobotka over Enzo, unfortunately.
Shy.
Yes. I'll take Lobotka.
No.
Lobotka has more to his game. You can't even price Lobotka from before Lobotka since Celta Vigo. Before Napoli bought him for 50 million, I've been following that kid. Is so good.
It's very good.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
No, don't follow Enzo's name. It's not about just name. Enzo. I don't. Yeah.
Emmy, please.
The truth is coming out slowly. I love this stream.
We need to have at least a 10-minute conversation about what the hell's going on. Because
why?
No, because Enzo prior to when he came here, and based on what I'm hearing now, and guys, you're taking over, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry if I compare the two, because I think they play two different roles. So Enzo is more box to box. Lobotka is more of a central midfielder. Yeah, it's more of a yeah. So sorry if I guess I just thought about it even more. But if you think about it, right? Enzo is the guy that Chelsea wants to get on the ball. Lobotka is the guy that gets on the ball for Napoli. So maybe that's why I compare them a bit. But Lobotka picks up the ball in a different area compared to Enzo in Chelsea.
Enzo is more of a box to ball, while Lobotka is more of like a register to me.
Yes, exactly. Lobotka is a deep line playmaker. Correct.
Enzo is no box to box. So Enzo is second to triangle right now.
Stop. Jeez.
He's second to triangle.
No. Never, Blaise, see, Enzo, one day Enzo will prove you. You're going to come to this time and apologize.
And he'll be happy. He'll be shameless and happy and support the guy.
I'll be extremely happy. The problem is, anyways, we're not here to talk about Enzo. I'll be like, carry on, my brother.
Let's go. So Emmy sent me sometime. He wanted me to talk to the boys about it before we talk about the last one. But let's have a discussion about it. He said, best ever signing in Chelsea.
That's the question.
Lampard, Drogba, Eden Hazard, and N'Golo Kante. Who has been the best signing? So Blaise, go first.
So let me kind of drive this, right? So I think I'll just get it started, then we can all talk about it. So these four guys have come in different eras in Chelsea's history, right? Some people probably say they label their own, their own legacy or their own timeline in Chelsea folklore. Now, what we're trying to do is we're not looking at super expensive signings like Fernando Torres or all those kind of guys. We're looking at the value add that each of these players have had in the teams of Chelsea. I'm not talking of number of trophies won. I'm just talking of how much value they've added to those teams and how they've made those teams actually, top line in the Premier League.
This is, let me tell you, it's not, you don't need to blink twice to know who the most valuable player on this list is. Are you ready for this?
Frank Lampard. Go.
It's Francis now.
Yeah, it's Francis.
Are you sure?
Who is the highest goal scorer for Chelsea ever?
It doesn't matter. As I said, it doesn't matter what impact did he have in the team.
Excuse me?
In his wait. Remember what I said, right?
I'm not going to say
wait, no. I see where you're coming from for Lampard. I see what Lampard, I know what Lampard represents. I'm talking about in their own era, who had the most impact out of these four guys.
Lampard,
It's still Lampard. It's still Lampard.
It's still Lampard.
Because
You know why
Lampard
Frank Lampard-
transcended multiple errors, right?
Hey, God
The
bless
Lampard touched multiple errors or just one
He
error.
touched though. If you're saying that
Hold on.
Drogba is his own error, then Lampard has to then
No, but
by
you guys are
default.
you guys are forgetting what Frank Lampard.
What about Kante?
No, let me start.
No.
Let's talk about Frank Lampard.
You don't think Kante has an error? This is Kante's era, you know that, right?
No, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But Kante is more overall, not just for. If we're talking about specifically Chelsea, he has to be Lampard. Chelsea-wise,
let me tell you why.
What about Eden Hazard? Eden Hazard had his own.
Hold on, let me tell you why.
I think Hazard is the best player.
Emmy,
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
you know
guys.
the way Emmy should have asked us this question. Emmy should have pulled out this list and say, make sure your answer is N'Golo Kante and Eden Hazard. That's what you should have said. You're not letting us give you what we think.
Oh yeah, no, talk, go.
My goodness, man. Answer the question for us, Emmy, if that's the case. Because
Go
this is a
No, go on.
Frank Lampard is what you call the shrewdest signing in the history of Chelsea. I don't care what anyone says. For a kid from West Ham to come into our side and the way he grew, and not only that, he took over the mid. You know what you call take over? The midfield belonged to Frank Lampard, ladies and gentlemen. That's his office. Everybody else is staff members.
Wait, what's this one now?
No, everybody else in the midfield, as long as Frank Lampard was there, were all members of staff. Frank Lampard was head of department.
Huh?
No,
Wait, what the hell did I come back to?
not only that,
It's the truth.
not only that, the kind of relief Frank Lampard provided for legends like Didier Drogba. I'm not saying Frank Lampard was the platform for Didier Drogba's success. No, I'm just saying for a midfielder to be that high IQ, to have that high IQ to support our attacking impetus for close to 10 years plus. I bet
There's no clue.
Who has that background sound, man? Who has that background
What's that
sound?
background sound?
Yeah, someone has a background. Yeah.
Someone needs to
It's
be-
not close, but
There's
it's not.
not
It's not
even-
Somebody,
you know. Sorry,
Sorry.
I'm like, you know what, Emmy? You know the best case scenario you could have done is purely of value. So, for example, Ashley Cole.
That's
Cole,
why I said value. I talked of value.
Ashley Cole. What's it called? For
22 million.
Or I think it was part of, was Gallas not involved in the deal? as
Yeah,
well?
Gallas.
Yeah, Gallas went the other way.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or not to the same degree, but Aspie for 6 mil at that time period. It's stuff like that. I'm still saying Francis. I'm still saying Frank.
Okay,
I want-
Let's do it this way. Let's just. It's tough because
It's
I'm
Frank.
It is
Frank.
tough. I'm feeling
Lampard,
like it,
man.
I'm
Excuse
feeling
me.
like
Why is Hazard above Kante?
No. It's not.
No.
It's
In
not
no order. These are just based on their eras, right? So we had the Lampard. So we had Lampard cut across, more two eras, right? That's the Desailly era and Hasselbank era.
No, it's just in order in which they were bought because
Okay,
Lampard was
okay.
bought first and then Drogba.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Hazard will be above
This is
Kante
what we're
already.
gonna do. We're gonna
Don't
go one
make
after
that
the other. We're gonna
mistake.
go one after
So
the other.
my question is Eden Hazard top 10 in best ever signings for Chelsea?
Of course.
Oh God.
Of course.
Why?
Even Lampard
Why?
said it that Hazard is the most gifted player Chelsea has signed. Although I don't agree.
Okay, yeah, stop. Yeah, most gifted don't mean he had is the best ever signing.
No, most gifted player
Guys,
that he has ever played with and that he has ever seen play for Chelsea.
we're talking.
That was Lampard's word.
We're talking outputs here. Forget about.
Oh,
we're not talking
are you talking about? You think Hazard's output?
No, but
Come on,
No, Eddie. No. We'll not allow you to disrespect Hazard, man. And then Hazard had his own era in Chelsea.
I'm just asking the question.
Emmy,
Okay.
Eddie,
Let's
what's
do
in
this
your
way.
drink, man?
Let's do
What's
this
in your
way.
drink, man? Come
So
on.
let's do it this way. We're gonna
I drank palm wine. Hot palm wine.
We're gonna do impact. We're gonna do legacy, and we're gonna do trophies.
No, you can't do that. You can't.
No, you can't do- no.
Frank and Frank.
Who is the best
Yeah.
player? Who is the best signing we've had out of this. If you want to add, unless you want to add more people to the list, Abdullah, moderator. Maybe you want to add more people to the list.
This far fine. No, this far fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to do it as talent-wise or just the impact they brought to the club.
These four.
Listen,
What
really
happened
quick.
to Ashley Cole?
I said Ashley Cole. I said Ashley Cole.
Guys, 2 seconds, please.
Yes,
In my own opinion, out of these four, to me, is DJ Drogba. And I can give you a whole list of the reason. Okay, the number one reason is Frank Lampard was playing at Chelsea for 4 seasons without pressure. He just had to play good under Claudio Ranieri. 4 seasons, no pressure, no expectation.
Wait, did he play up to 4 seasons under Claudio Ranieri? I thought it was 2.
4 complete seasons. Where he
was both 2000. It was both 2001, right?
2001,
Yeah. So it's
3.
When he arrived, he had to deliver straight on. There was no messing about.
Okay. Who's that, DJ?
He didn't deliver straight.
He didn't deliver early though.
He didn't deliver straight on.
He didn't deliver. What are you talking
Because in his first season, we were playing Good Johnston, and this guy, a striker. But go on. Go on, Abdul.
Let me finish speaking. DJ might not have delivered in the number of goals, but in his all-round play, okay, he delivered.
No, he did not.
And that's value. Is that called value? Is that called value?
No, but let's be real. That all-round play was only if Lampard was not scoring the amount of goals, people would be people would look at Drogba would be way.
I'm telling you, Lampard was.
Let me finish my own analysis.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Go.
I'll finish up. I mean, you have into different things this stuff.
Chelsea in Europe when they were playing Chelsea, they were all shivering. Was Didier Drogba because there was no answer to him. None of those teams were scared because they were facing Lampard.
That's a lie, bro.
Interesting.
Didier Drogba made who scared?
He retired Tenderos, though. Tenderos. He made Tenderos scared. Tenderos he pees in his pants every Wembley night.
No,
Tenderos.
Wait,
no. Some of the I know Puyo said that.
Emmy. So I asked who was scared in Europe, and you open my top Sandero.
No, Puyo did say that Drogba was.
And guys, let's not act like Frank Lampard didn't have any pressure. I don't know I don't know what's going on.
I'm confused.
What's going on? Because I was.
Did he really have pressure? Or did he have pressure, Nana?
Time out. Wasn't it a thing of nepotism as to why he was getting selected for West Ham and all this stuff? But right before he joined Chelsea, or is that wrong?
Exactly.
Is that false?
They were calling him the fat kid. Absolutely. Nana,
Come on.
Nana, hold on.
That's where Fat Frank started, though. Let's.
I just want to add something to Nana and Abdul. You can take over. Frank Lampard might, you know what? It's because of the way Frank Lampard plays. He plays without pressure. He's a guy that arrives. He's not. Didier Drogba will scatter everywhere. Didier Drogba is a gra man. Frank Lampard is the guy that comes from the back door. He's the thief in the night. That's Frank Lampard. That's why it looks like he played with no pressure. That's easy. Does it 101? That's Frank Lampard. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Wait, let me ask you. Do you think so? Wait, let me ask you, Blue Eyes. Do you think Chelsea would have been able to do without Frank Lampard or do without Didier Drogba in that era?
Yes, but I don't know where we would have.
No, which of them could they do without?
Didier. Of course, Didier.
You think Chelsea would have won all those cups without Didier Drogba?
Yes.
How, guys? Let's take the truth.
Big games,
Drogba is a legend.
I think Drogba was the king. Drogba was termed the king of Wembley.
Are we going to obviously,
but to get to Wembley, obviously we know it was big games.
Amy, you're asking me a question, and you said we shouldn't talk about goals. I'll tell Abdullah to pull up stats for you.
Don't do it.
No, I'm not talking about goals. I'm not even talking about goals. I'm talking of impact, right? Impact.
How do you define impact? That's my. I'm
Goals
confused.
is there.
No, like okay. So the question I asked was, would Chelsea have won all those laurels without Didier Drogba or without Frank
No, but
Lampard?
that's not
No,
fair,
but
Emmy.
no,
That's
we,
not
we
fair.
needed
No,
both of
Emmy,
them.
Emmy,
We needed both of them.
Emmy,
So Chelsea
yeah.
needed both. Okay, that's
Emmy,
fair.
Emmy, no, you
Yeah.
can't do that because if you say, "Oh, remove Drogba," if I can say, "Oh, remove Drogba," and I could put Eto in there,
You have to
what's
understand.
the real difference?
Exactly.
Emmy came with a
No.
preconceived notion.
And I
Everyone
can do the same
No,
thing
but
with
we-
I could do the same thing with
I'm putting in
Nah,
a
but-
situation where
But nobody's talking of N'Golo Kante though. N'Golo Kante won the Champions League.
No, guys,
No.
guys, on a real.
N'Golo Kante has
Lampard
two
was-
Premier League.
Guys,
So wait, N'Golo
guys,
Kante has
guys.
2 Premier Leagues, the
No,
same
Emmy,
amount.
no.
Okay,
Emmy, no.
okay, Lampard has
Napoli has
3.
one Premier
Lampard has
League.
3 Premier League.
No, Conte has one Premier League.
Emmy, let's not go.
No,
deep
Kante has
because-
2. He won with
No.
Leicester and with Chelsea.
No, but we don't care about Leicester. We're talking about Chelsea right now.
No. You can't take away his Leicester Premier League, which is one of the wonders of the last 100 years.
Yeah, but that's
For
not
Chelsea.
Chelsea. That's not
You
Chelsea.
said
This is
Chelsea
best selling
signing.
for Chelsea. I don't care about what he did for Leicester.
Then pull him out of this.
No. You can't discredit the guy for
No,
Leicester's
we are.
Premier League.
But for
Yeah,
Chelsea,
but it doesn't
Emmy,
impact
we're
Chelsea.
talking about what
Come
they've
on,
done
man.
for
Come on,
Chelsea.
guys. Come
What
on.
they've done-
Give
this
him
guy
Golo.
is-
You know, we're currently in the Kante era, right?
oh god.
Oh my God.
There we go.
We're in the Kante era. Oh, whose era is this? Okay, sorry. Whose era is this in Chelsea?
sorry.
Tell me,
I'm
whose
sorry.
era is this?
Guys,
After Eden Hazard era, whose era is this?
Guys,
It's on
I'm
hold.
sorry.
It's on
Guys,
hold.
I'm sorry.
If
Oh,
this
there's
is
no
the
era.
Kante
Oh, it's on hold. Oh my god.
Guys, I'm sorry. I don't get into argument, but I got a problem with this list. Peter Cech and Ashley Cole should be on this list.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't care.
That's true.
I don't care. These are not
Peter
the same names,
Cech
man.
and Ashley Cole.
Ashley
Yeah,
Cole.
then you pretty much Eddie. So that means so they tried to this list. They tried to they called out the errors, right? So would you rather have Peter Cech than Didier Drogba?
I
Oh,
have
that's
to
tough.
agree. Yes.
Nah. I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that.
Yep.
I can't agree with that.
I didn't like Didier.
No, guys.
No.
No.
Eddie, you can't discount what Drogba won for Chelsea though.
Let's have a real
Eddie don't like
conversation there.
Didier.
It's not about not liking. Guys, you can.
A body of work.
All these guys did great things for Chelsea, but
Let
guys,
him
come on.
land.
Peter Cech done this for how long? Up until 2015. Get
Eddie.
I'm sorry, nah.
Eddie,
At the
keep till 40.
At the end of the day, like
Okay, Eddie. So you want Ashley Cole? You want Ashley Cole take the place of Hazard?
No.
No, like Kante. This is Kante's era. This is Kante's era.
Emmy, with all due
Okay,
respect,
who is the world class player in our team?
Emmy, with all due respect, Hazard and
Oh, so Nana said the eras are paused since 2019 when Hazard left.
Emmy.
How can the era pause? You can't pause an era. Era continues.
Emmy, please let me land.
This is Kante's era.
Let me land. Sorry, I said this before prior to.
And this is not Missy Mount's era, please.
No,
Okay, go on. Sorry.
Ashley Cole should be on this list. And as Eddie said, Petr Cech should also be on this list. But Ashley Cole, in my opinion, has to be on this list.
But Nana, the thing is, so let me ask you, Nana. That's a good. Those are good points, right?
No, they are.
So let me have an input, right? So Nana, does.
Guys, wait.
K coming from downtown. Downtown, Joe.
I will be more controversial, okay?
Let me not even bring up Makelele.
Let me say this, okay? I don't want to see Kante on this list.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you why.
Kante's era, K.
I will tell you why.
Okay, tell me why, K. Tell me.
He's a fantastic footballer. Footballer. Hands down.
He's a world-class player.
He's a world-class player, hands down. But at Chelsea, his season has been stop, start.
Yeah, but that's because of injuries now.
Yeah, but that's lately.
He's injured. He only has
No,
two.
but
Listen, let me finish my point. He only has 2, maybe 3 good seasons, and we're gonna compare him with the likes of Frank Lampard,
No, he didn't have
Didier
just 3
Drogba.
seasons, though.
No,
Kante was bought in
I would
2016.
rather see
Wait,
someone like
he
Klopp.
was bought in 2016 summer, right?
Okay.
Since
yeah,
2016 till we won the Champions League, which is 5
Emmy,
seasons,
Emmy,
he
Emmy,
has been consistent.
Emmy.
He was
We'll give him
consistent till we
5.
won the
We'll give him
Champions League in
5.
2021.
Emmy,
Wait,
we'll give him
wait,
5.
wait. Let me just catch on K, right? K said he only had 3 seasons consistent. That's not true.
Yes.
We bought him in 2016. In 2016, we won the league title, right? 2016, 2017. 2017, 2018,
with
he won the
Conte,
World Cup in the summer, right?
Okay.
In 18, 19,
Oh,
Chelsea went to wait now.
Won the
He
Europa
took him
League.
and Chelsea went on to win the Europa League. No big deal, right? 2019, 2020. Yeah, okay. Things were kind of not, where it was. But 2020, 2021. Wait, okay. 2020, 2021. You cannot dispute. You cannot dispute that Kante did not. Kante's input won Chelsea that Champions League, right?
One season at a
Emmy,
time.
pause for 1
Mason
second,
Mount's
man.
input, not
Emmy,
Kante's
Emmy,
input.
pause.
Mason Mount.
No. Blue Eyes, not Missy. It was Kante.
Let's take it like every season. You said the Premier League season, okay, it was instrumental to winning that league. Okay, the Europa League, was Kante our main man?
In the 18-19 season.
Just yes
it
or
was
no.
the who?
Was Kante our
Can
main
somebody
man?
please mute or please turn off your
somebody
computer?
mute.
Something. I beg. Continue, K. Continue.
Somebody mute.
Was Kante our main man for winning that Europa League? Just be
Emmy,
honest.
like
here.
Somebody mute, I beg.
Somebody mute.
he said somebody.
Everybody mute. Everybody
Nah,
mute.
tell me. I don't know what Emmy is listening to in the
And
background.
sorry. Just to, I don't want to cut people off. Just quickly, you could give. I'll even be nice. You could give Kante 6 seasons. I know he didn't have 6, but you could give him 6. It doesn't equate to Frank Lampard. Stop.
Guys,
Stop.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not equating him to Lampard. Nobody's equating him. See. I'm not equating him to Lampard. What I'm saying is that Kante has his own era, which has been since when Hazard left.
But
Has he not been Chelsea's best player?
I wouldn't even give him that.
No, but the thing is that since Hazard left, the guy has not been consistent enough. He's injured most of the time.
For you to have an era, let me just ask him this question. For you to have an era, you have to be consistently playing and you have to be the man. Since Hazard left, how many matches has Kante played?
Guys,
hold on.
I want to ask a serious question. It's Emmy. Emmy, I don't know what. There's a feedback with your mic.
Emmy, your microphone is having feedback.
Guys, you guys are discussing Kante. I'm sorry. Take out recency bias. Yeah. What is Hazard doing on this list?
Oh, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
I knew you wanted to do that so bad before. Don't do that. What the hell?
No. Guys,
he's been waiting for it.
You wanted to do it for so long.
You wanted to do it.
Eddie, you thought you were slick. I knew you were going to do it. Wait.
No. Guys, let's face it. Wait, Hazard played how many years in Chelsea? 6, 7 years?
7, I think it's 7.
No, 2012 to 2019, 7.
Given his body of work at Chelsea, what's the difference between Hazard and
Is it better?
1 minute.
What's the difference between
1 minute. Eddie, I'm busting you.
No, Eddie, I'm sorry. No.
Joe Cole. Eddie, I'm okay with you going for Kante, but Hazard, the reason why Hazard is on this list, let me tell you the reason why Hazard is on this list.
I am begging you, don't compare.
Joe Cole.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Let me just reply, Eddie, now. My guys. Let me just reply. The reason why Hazard is on this list is anytime that man step on that pitch representing Chelsea, he is literally the best player on the pitch. Week in, week out. He does it week in, week out.
Does that say more about him or about the team he played with?
No, but obviously, that's credit to him.
Guys,
he didn't play with.
Guys, please, I'm begging you.
He didn't even play with the best teams. Look at some of the teams he was playing for.
I'm begging you, Eddie.
Like, come on,
please. You can't. You, Eddie. You specifically. You cannot come out here and say Hazard shouldn't be on the list when you have a catalogue of abuses towards Marina, Granovskia, and the team she assembled. Please don't do that.
Look at some of these
I
teams, man.
haven't finished.
Yeah.
Because when you win the Premier League and then you reassemble the squad by adding Falcao and Gilaboji, you then go back out and in the Conte window, you sign Emerson, who's at West Ham. You sign Zappacosta. I don't know where he is. You sign with all due respect, you sign Bakayoko, the guy still at this club out here. This guy Hazard had to suffer through it and
drink water.
did so admirably. I get the bad season he had. He did have a bad season, yes.
A couple.
Nana, and your country boy, Baba
Not just one.
Lord have mercy.
But
two.
The way he, especially that last season, the level of play, and even the Premier League winning seasons when because Fabregas faded towards the end of the seasons, we all know that, right or wrong? Can we agree that?
Yeah. No, yeah.
He would fade towards the end of the season.
That Premier League was
why are we talking about Fabregas? Oh my goodness!
No, I'm just
Fabregas, I agree. Fabregas always had a very strong start to the season, but he faded. Yeah, I agree with you, Nana.
I want to enjoy this stream. Please don't bring up Fabregas' name. I
beg. Did you see Fabregas' behavior in all the Arsenal posts, man? This guy ain't real, man.
I do finish up, and I'm going
that,
to go to
that 2017 Premier League, I will give it to Hazard. But 2015, nah, man.
You're sick, bro. You're sick, man.
No, who do you want to give it to? Who do you want to give that 15 to?
It has to be Hazard, bro.
Yeah, Hazard was the best player.
Hazard was the best player. He even scored the winning goal, the goal that gave us the title against Crystal Palace.
No, let's be real about these teams. What decent is, but let's be real. It was Hazard or not. Let's be real. It was him who had to create. Let's be honest. Some of these teams, it was terrible.
Hazard was so good. He had his own era. Bro.
Eddie, this is real disappointing from you. I know what you're trying to do as well. Real disappointing.
All I'm saying is,
the agenda traveler.
All I'm saying is, you guys are talking like I said. Hazard is a bum. No. I'm saying top 4 best ever.
He's not ahead of Ashley Cole for me.
He's not ahead of Ashley Cole.
He's not.
You did say
because they're similar profile of players, man. Calm down.
No.
Abdul, then I'll go to Gole. Abdul,
guys, let me respond to Abdullah. To me, it's Didier Drogba, because in what he was doing, as a striker, at some point he was the best as what he was doing. People might bring the stats on because that's all they have for Frank Lampard. But it's just like saying Jose Mourinho was not our greatest manager because he didn't win the Champions League. So that's where I'll leave it.
Guled, looking at this one now, who's your pick? Because you've been quiet, you've been silent for a very long time. Mr. Guled, talk your talk, sir.
Hello, my brother. Hello.
How you doing, sir?
Hello, boss.
Man. Hello, brothers, man. Hello. What are we, just like Abdul used to say, how are we categorizing this?
So we're using everything.
Are we categorizing it in terms of overall impact?
Over everything. Era, impact, trophies.
Value for money.
Value, everything.
Bro, if you're talking value for money, get us Pliqueta here, man.
I said that. I said that also.
Good, we are using everything, though. Because I get what I'm...
What do you mean we're using everything? Have you seen Aspi? What Aspi's won at Chelsea?
He deserves to be on the list based for 6 mil.
Emmy gave me this list because we wanted to talk about that. I was like, okay, because I'm looking at this list. Where's Ashley Cole? Where's Peter Cech? I'm like,
I didn't even mention Makaleli. And you're talking about Hazard.
Forget about Makalele, man. Forget about Makalele.
Come on,
even I'm gonna go.
Eddie, you really going to disrespect Hazard?
I'm gonna go back.
Eddie has no respect, man. He has no respect.
Where is John Obi Mikel?
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
Nah.
He's not on this list.
Nah. He's not. No, the guy. Most of his career, the guy was a bench player. I'm sorry.
Okay. How about Branislav Ivanovic?
No.
Hey, you bought him for 9 mil, no?
You know who I think,
Cashley.
Eddie. You know who I think has an outside chance at
Cole,
being
I'm
in
sorry,
this list.
wherever you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Juan Mata has an outside chance of. I know it's only 3 years.
Oh,
I know
stop,
it's only
man.
No,
Because
that's
of
shameless. That's
longevity.
shameless.
No, you guys
No,
stop,
guys,
man.
no,
That's
guys,
good.
come on.
What's
Thank you,
going
that's
on,
shameless.
man?
Are we talking about?
Good.
Are we talking about the best ever, right? In terms of overall, in this
Yeah,
list,
best signing, the signings,
For-
yeah.
Best signing.
okay, in the from these four,
Yep.
for me, it's Frank
Who's your
Lampard.
pick?
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This guy
agree.
transcended not 2 eras, 3 eras,
Thank you.
3 eras, and even in terms of passion, Champions League, literally Champions League when his father passed away, the same day.
Don't get me started, man.
So there's no
remember.
question for me. It's Frank Lampard.
Because this is it, because I may put him in a difficult situation. I'm gonna be a little bit biased because I'm from Africa. I will say Drogba, but I will not negate. Relax. I will not negate what.
At least you said it. At least you said
Relax.
it.
I said
Yeah,
I'll be biased.
No,
I said I'll be
give us a
biased.
footballing reason. I'll be like, give us a footballing reason.
Footballing reason for me is Lampard. I'm sorry, it's Lampard. I don't want to put Lampard because of how much I love and I adore Drogba, but it's Lampard. The amount of goals, amount of assists this guy has done. No. It's Frank for me. It is Frank. But if I want to be biased, I'm using an African head though. I'm gonna say Didier.
Oh, Dennis Mikel for me.
Drogba is the reason. Drogba is the reason. Most people, there are a lot of people. Drogba is probably one of the main reasons why you support this. Like, he's my favorite player. But if you're talking about consistency, he has to be Lampard. I'm sorry. The consistency.
No, for me, Didier is up there. But the problem I had with Didier comparing to Lampard is that in terms of impact from the midfield, to score 200 plus goals within 12 to 13 seasons, and to be as consistent as he was for all those 12 seasons. Didier Drogba left Chelsea and came back. Frank Lampard didn't go anywhere.
One more thing, sorry, Guled. I think it's a valuable.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to disrespect Drogba at all, but Blue Eyes made a very interesting point that the midfield was Frank's office.
That's his office.
How many times did Drogba have to share that?
That was the point I was about to bring out. There was a point Drogba was even out of the team. He wasn't even making the team. Anelka was the main guy.
Yes.
Why?
Why?
What year was that? Was it 09, 010?
Wait, K. When was Anelka the main guy?
No, Anelka
was Anelka the main guy?
Was the main guy at some point? Drogba was coming off.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true because Ancelotti, and that's actually in 09, 010, go look it up. Ancelotti was playing with the two strikers, with the two of them, and they were both sharing the goals. And guess what? Because Anelka, wait, hold on. Because Drogba won it the previous year, 0809, and because Anelka.
That year, who won it that year?
It was.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm about to say, right? I like to paint context, right? 0809, Drogba won the Golden Boots in the Premier League. I think 09, 010, he made it. Anelka won the Golden Boots for Chelsea. For in England, and that's 09, 010, right?
No,
the year Chelsea won the Premier League.
Didn't win. It was the year before.
It was a year before.
Because Drogba got 29 and 32.
08 or 9.
Drogba went to AFCON. Drogba went to AFCON that year. That was editing up his tally. He scored 29 goals that year because he went for AFCON.
But so wait. You say the season we won the league in 2010. Who won the Golden Boot?
We didn't win the league in 2010, no.
We did. 09, 010. That's Ancelotti's season. The season we scored the most goals. 101 goals. Yes.
That's 2009 into 2010.
2009, not 2010.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We lifted the trophy in 2010. It was 09, 010.
Yeah, no, but that's 2009. Yeah, exactly.
Not 10.
No, 2009. Manchester United won the league.
Yeah, but no, they won the 2018 to 2009.
Yeah,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 09, 010, Chelsea won the league in 2010 summer.
We did.
Yeah, you're right.
Just say 2009 because we lifted it.
No, you can't say 2009. You confuse people. If you say 2009, because
the season
in 2009, Manchester United won the league in May.
Yes, what I'm trying to get.
No, Emmy, you're confusing me because Drogba got 2 golden boots in his career, right? And now got Chelsea.
It was May 2009.
No, he only got one.
So
no, Drogba got 2. He got one where he got 18.
It was May 2010.
Drogba only got one.
Hold on,
I'm trying to say.
He got 2. He got 2. He got 2.
It was 09 with the Blue Eyes. It was 09.
No, I think it was only one.
No, he got one where he scored 18 goals. And then he got another one where he scored a 29. It was 2. He got one in like 06 times. I forgot the year.
Listen, Frank Lampard is that kind of player that, anyways, Gullet, keep going. Sorry, my brother.
Why are people talking like Drogba is the only one that had competition? Lampard had competition too.
All the time.
He had Ballack, he had
Joko.
Where's his competition? Where's his competition?
No, Eddie. Joko was a forward, man. He was never a midfielder, right?
Let's talk about
we know that
competition. He had Ballack, right?
Yes.
He had Deco, right?
Mm-hmm. They all played together.
I know, but
they all played together.
But they had. They were supposed to be.
Deco was kind of finished.
But remember, though, the reason why they were never the reason why they all played together is because none of them could bench Frank Lampard.
Exactly.
No, not really. Let's not paint agenda. No. Ancelotti was just a very intelligent coach. He could actually get all of them playing together. No, it's not stop. It's back. It's back. Ancelotti played the Christmas tree for Chelsea, right?
No, but if we've been real, we know
4-3-2-1. That's what we play.
This is bad.
Sometimes you play 4-4-2 Diamond.
Let me get Blue Eyes for what?
Starts for best, most goals and most assists in the history of Chelsea. And I want that list on this.
Nobody's arguing that with you, Blue Eyes. See, you're just
leave it here so that we can be talking and looking at the list. That's all.
Nobody cares about that. Everybody knows what that is. But the thing, you cannot say that. No need to do that, Joe. Let's move on to the next topic. We want to talk about. But there's no point now. What do you all talk about? Oh, everybody knows Lampard has the most goals, right?
Yeah, but Drogba had more competition. Like Bram likes strikers.
We're talking about fact, guys. This is not about
Drogba had competition though. He had Fernando Torres.
He had way more competition. He had
Fernando Torres. He had Anelka. He had Shevchenko. Who else?
Anytime we talk football, I don't like when people say agenda because it's a very narrow-minded approach to understanding the game.
Lampard was bad.
Why do we always run to agenda when if it doesn't favor what you're trying to say, you don't have to combat it.
It's the debate.
No, Blue Eyes. You know, Gibbs has you as the king of agendas, right?
No, so now you're throwing Gibbs on that. Let's talk. We're talking
No, he is. No, but realistically, Drogba had more competition first. Like Bram loved strikers.
More competition. He wasn't.
Can I say something?
I think we both. You remember this guy called Matthias Kezman. Was it Kezman? I think Kezman was the first competition for Drogba, right? We bought Kezman last same season.
No, guys, you need to stop this. You need to stop this. This
can you remember Kezman?
I remember Kezman.
I remember him, but Emmy, you can't.
But Kezman was the highest goal scorer in the Dutch league, right? Just like Van Nistelrooy when Van Nistelrooy came to Manchester United, right?
I remember Kezman and I remember
Emmy, you don't sign Shevchenko.
Emmy, there was even Adrian Mutu. But let's not even go there.
Oh yeah, that's another. Yeah, we had Adrian Mutu. When Drogba arrived, Adrian Mutu was Chelsea striker, right?
Yeah. Let's not even go
Mutu was before. Mutu was bought on the Ranieri.
Yeah, but he was there when.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When Drogba arrived, there was Adrian Mutu was there, right?
No, but they were trying to sell him because we know what happened.
Can I make
No, I think it was because of that the cocaine stuff.
Yeah, the cocaine.
Put assist.
Guys, can I make one
Abdullah,
point?
you forget about assists, man. Please.
Anyway, no wahala, man. We can move on. I think I got a good chunk of this.
No.
Why would we move on? There's nothing to talk about. We should move. Abdullah, you have another topic. Me, I'm done.
I have to hold on. Let me
Guys, can I make one point, please?
You can be done. It's okay. I want to see assist.
Okay, let me just quiet. Let me mute.
You might not forgetting Crespo too.
No, can I make one point, please, guys?
Oh, there was Crespo. Nana, good point. There was Crespo. Go ahead.
No, there's no.
Abdul, go
Can I
ahead.
make one quick point?
Yeah, go ahead,
You see, and I'm only talking from my own opinion and from my own perspective. Okay, to me, Didier Drogba. Once I remove, and please let me finish before you interject.
Okay.
To me, for me, the way I look at Frank Lampard is once I remove his goal scoring or the number of goals he scored, I don't see anything in him as a midfielder. That's number one.
No,
let him land.
I find it difficult to see anything in him as a midfielder, especially when I start comparing him to other world-class midfielders. That's number one.
He was not world-class?
Eddie, come on. And number two.
Right. That was Emmy. That was
Jose Mourinho. Even Jose Mourinho acknowledged that. Remember
he was not world-class, Abdul, he was not world-class.
Okay, speak. Go ahead.
No. I just want to ask you a question. You say Frank Lampard was not world class at some point?
No, that's not what Abdul is saying. He's saying he's comparing him to other world class.
No, but wait, quick.
Okay.
He's comparing him to other.
No, but quick. Can I ask him a question? Like, obviously, if you remove a guy's best attribute, like, so tell me what
remove Mbappe's
so what would Xavi do if he couldn't pass the ball? Like, you can't just remove the guy's best attribute in there.
What would Mbappe be without pace?
I wanted him to land. Actually, there's more to Lampard.
Go ahead.
There's more to Lampard than scoring goals. But let him land.
All I heard is if you take Lampard's goals and assists, he's Mason Mount. I'm done. I'm off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Abdul, go ahead. Abdul, Toko. Abdul, talk.
Abdul, go ahead.
You guys already answered Abdul.
Abdul, sorry. Abdul, talk. Go back.
Oh God,
if you take away, I just got one line there. If you take away Lampard's goals, yeah, I got that from you.
Yeah, no, the mic was not working after that. The mic was like,
oh God,
Abdul, go ahead. Abdul.
Abdul, talk. Ancient man, talk. You know, say your own area pass our own area.
Next person talk, man.
Okay.
This is real professional, man. This is real professional. Nah,
no, he will come back.
I said we move on. I want to talk about João Felix, man.
No, 1 second.
Felix.
Let's
okay.
Not today.
I'm not signing this guy on a full-time deal. I'm not doing it.
Mr.
Wait. Nana, you think Chelsea should not sign João Felix fully?
Not based on what I've seen, no.
Yeah.
Why?
1 second. Let me before we move on, guys.
Because as soon as we eradicate that number 10 position he was playing, that nonsense position, we started winning games. Eradicate that position and let's play we don't have to play.
Okay.
1 second. Let me just say one thing. Basically, before Abdul comes back, what I wanted to say was in terms of that topic. First of all, it's not fair for us to compare a striker to a midfielder. That's number one.
Sure.
So if we say in terms of a striker in Chelsea, who is the best ever, then Didier Drogba can be in that conversation.
Oh, okay.
But
you sure?
Yeah. No. In terms of best ever for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Overall, right? But in terms of the midfield and the position that Lampard played, which was a number 8, Abdul said that if you take out his goal scoring attributes, but in order for you to score those goals, you have to have enough IQ to place yourself in a position where you can score these goals. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, in terms of midfield rotation, how many
Mm-hmm.
eras did Lampard play with? How many types of midfielders did Lampard play with? And he was still consistent in scoring goals and assisting. This is the point we need to look at,
I mean,
right?
sorry to cut you off. For me,
Wow,
sorry,
177 in 279. Man, that was outrageous, man. Is this
My
real?
brother.
Of
That's
course,
Is this
Lampard
real?
You
got
don't
the
know your
goals.
It
legend,
is
though,
real.
Eddie.
It
You
is
don't
real.
know your
Emily, it's
legend,
real. It's
please.
real.
Whoa,
Sorry
from
to cut
midfield,
you off,
that's
my
bloody,
brother. Sorry
man.
to cut you off, my
Hey,
brother.
Cruz, please pull up assist, please.
Guys,
Cruz, pull up
hold
assist.
on, hold on.
The way Lampard does that, all those cross-field pass,
guys. As much
those
as
long balls.
Pause. Let me just say this. As much as I will not dispute it's Lampard, yeah. How many of those goals were penalties? Let's
That's
no
below
no
the belt.
no
That's
no
below the
no no
belt.
no
That's
no
below
no
the
no no
belt.
it's not
That's below. No,
let's
no, that's below the belt, Eddie. That's
guys
below the belt.
Let's go there. Let's
guys
go there.
No,
Let's
yes.
go there.
let's
Let's
go
go
there.
there.
No, 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 no. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not go there, Blue Eyes. I beg
We
you. I
might as
beg you.
well remove
No,
penalty goals
that's
from
below the
mention
belt
without those
because
goals
Hold on,
now.
guys.
Since
I'm
we are
not
talking
saying
about penalty
guys.
goals.
I am not saying this
So
takes
this
away
is
from
good, guys.
Lampard.
This is good.
I am
This
not
is good
saying
an
this.
assist.
I am not
His
saying
assist is
this.
102,
Guys,
and his goal is
listen.
177.
I'm not saying this takes away from Lampard, but you've got to take that into account. Harry Kane is about to break the Tottenham goal scoring record, or he's already broken it.
He's already
The bulk
broken
of that
it.
is
Boy.
penalties as well.
Oh boy, see
Normally,
pass.
if
You want to know what you want to
How
know what the
about
numbers
the
are?
assist? How about the assist? How
Let's
about the
talk about
His
assist?
assist is
assist.
Oh, yeah,
We're gonna talk about
Let's talk
assist.
about the assist because I'm pretty sure Xavi and Iniesta probably don't have these assist numbers.
Oh, someone's mic.
So
Oh,
let's
God.
Somebody
Femi.
please, somebody please
somebody
mute
mic.
your mic.
Somebody, okay.
That mic,
Femi,
man.
what's up with your stuff, man?
Nah, wow.
Anyway,
Listen.
Eddie, are you using a
Eddie?
Jiggling mic? What's going on?
Eddie, are you seeing the assist numbers?
Yeah, no. Blue Eyes,
Are you seeing the assist numbers?
did you hear me say it doesn't take away from Lampard being
I know,
the
but
best?
you cannot bring up penalties when somebody's putting 102 assists. Which means if you translate those 102 assists, those are 102 goals.
That's
I don't
his
know.
job. Yeah, what are we discussing here?
If you translate the assist,
One minute. This guy, Frank
102
Lampard.
goals.
This guy, Frank Lampard, joined Chelsea and played with Emmanuel Petit. Left playing with Ramirez and Co. Please, it's a no contest. I get Goulet's point.
It's a no contest.
I get Goulet's point about it's not fair to you could compare Frank Lampard to daffodils and roses. I don't care. It's Frank. It's Frank. It's Frank. We know it. We all know. I get Abdul's points and all. Objectively speaking, it's Frank, and it's okay. Can we talk about João Felix, please? Because
not today.
Let me just say last bit.
Serve him, João Felix. Serve him on the plate.
One second, Kenya. Let me just add one more point, Abdullah, right?
Go ahead.
And just to put the dagger in this topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even our guy, Obi Mikel, said it. Who is the most consistent, most professional, best overall player that trains?
Exactly.
It was Lampard.
Mm-hmm.
So this explains it all. This is why he transcended different eras, and his level never dropped. If it wasn't for age, he would have kept on doing what he was doing.
And he even said to see the best of Lampard, when you see him taking BS, you say you are in trouble. That's
To add to what my guy just said, what he meant was, we are not talking about players that will be good for one season and you will see them for 2 seasons.
Exactly.
Then you'll be going back to maybe they were good 3 seasons ago. Someone like Mason Mount. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
Mason Mount catching strays.
That's my brother, Blue Eyes. Always give it the benefit of the doubt.
No, you're right, Key. You're right.
No, you always have to give benefit of the doubt.
So guys, now let's talk. Let's talk now. I want to talk about something else. People call me crazy on Twitter when I say this. I don't care. Chelsea is a big club, and I don't care. Eddie, let me talk.
Abdullah, say it quietly, man.
Let me finish. Chelsea is a big club. I don't care. My only fear is because of this man here. This man here. This man here. He's gonna roast me if some certain man put in a stinker.
Oh,
That
please
is the
don't-
reason.
Are you talking about Napoli again? Why? Wait, you are Napoli, Abdullah.
Wait. I'm
He's about to say something worse.
I don't understand Abdullah and Abdul obsession with
I'm not talking about
Osimhen and
Napoli.
Napoli.
Osimhen.
I'm not talking
Oh,
about
Osimhen and Napoli. I
No,
wouldn't even
No,
say
it's not.
Osimhen.
It's not
I
that.
beg.
You
Let
think
him say
Osimhen is the
Napoli.
only
I beg.
Nigerian
Hey,
that
let
plays
him
football?
finish. Okay,
let me finish.
Let him land. Let him land.
I'm not talking about Osimhen. I'm only referring it to Mr. Blue Eyes because I know what's gonna happen. I can envisage it on my head. It will roast me on the stream when that happens, and I don't want it to happen. So, Champions League potential draws with my face. The people who want. This is what we're gonna do it. Everybody's gonna give two teams, team they want and team they want to avoid. You're gonna give me team you want and team you want to avoid. I already know the team I want.
Can you put up all? Can you put up all the potentials? A list of all the
Okay.
potentials, please.
Because four teams is gonna play next week, so I'm gonna put in just for that qualify.
Okay, yeah.
No. I mean, we already know Liverpool's done. We might as well put Madrid. We can put Man City.
We're not sure Man City lies big yet because Leipzig is 1-1 from the
yeah,
first.
it's not
they're
just
beating them at home, man.
Man City. Just put Man City for now.
They're beating them at home, man.
Okay. So let me see. So Man City,
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. Who again?
There's Inter Porto.
Inter Porto. We don't even know what's gonna happen with Inter Porto.
And what's the other game?
Napoli already called Napoli and Frankfurt.
Yeah.
So Napoli, Frankfurt. So
Napoli. That's it.
AC Milan already qualified. AC Milan.
AC Milan.
So we again.
Benfica.
Benfica go to Benfica.
And Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich. Okay. Bayern. Okay. We again. So 1, 2, 3.
I think that's it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have, because it's 8, we have 2 more. I don't know Inter Milan yet.
Yeah, Inter Milan and Porto. Yeah.
Inter Milan and Porto. So,
Napoli will qualify.
So we have Man City, Real Madrid, Napoli, AC Milan, Benfica, Bayern. Who again?
Benfica, Bayern, AC Milan,
Chelsea.
And
who again? Okay,
then
I think
Inter or
we have Inter or Porto one. So let me just put Inter or Porto. Whoever goes through between that. They might change it based on we don't know what's gonna happen next week between them. They might change. So but let's just put Inter and Porto right now. So these are the 8 teams: Man City, Madrid, Napoli, AC Milan, Benfica, Bayern, Chelsea, Inter, or FC Porto. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna choose teams we want to face and teams we want to avoid. So Mr. Abdul, go first, sir. Abdul, go first, though. Or are you cooking right now?
His mic is not working after that statement. Go to the next person.
Eddie, go ahead, sir.
Man, give me Benfica. I don't give a damn.
Thank
give me
you.
Benfica.
Eddie know the
Give me
shit.
Benfica. Give me Inter. If Porto
Eddie
win,
know the shit.
if Porto win, even better. Give me Benfica. Give me Inter. Who I want to avoid? I don't want to see Real Madrid yet. I don't want to see. I don't want to see Bayern.
Yet in the operational word there is yet.
Of course, now. Give me the easiest matchup. Let's ride. I beg, avoid Real Madrid and Bayern. Give me Inter, Porto, or Benfica. It's simple.
Okay. Good. Teams you want to face, teams you want to avoid.
To be honest, give me anybody because I want to test these players.
Don't test them now. People that are,
no, I want them to be. Listen, we are Chelsea.
We can
K.
Let's test them with Leicester City. Don't test them with
We are Chelsea. We are Chelsea. No. We seem to forget who we are. We were never fearing anybody in the Champions League. And just because we're having a shit season, that doesn't mean that we still are not Chelsea. Abramovich was here not a year.
At the same time, Guled, if they are able to get to like semi-final, that will boost their confidence for next season.
No,
that will boost their confidence. It will boost the morale. You can expect a better performance this weekend because of what happened during the week. We need that team morale to be boosted up a little bit. You know, that's what we need.
No.
We need a good draw. But I respect your opinion, my boss.
No, I hear you, okay, I hear you. But the reason why I say that is when we won the Champions League, we had to play Atletico Madrid, then we had to play Real Madrid, then we had to play Man City, right?
Yep.
And it started off from the same position we are in now, the last 8.
Who was your coach?
I said test the players, Eddie. I didn't say the coach. Because the players are the ones playing. For me. No, for me.
I feel you, Eddie, but I feel you like Mike. But at this point in time, we are like we are down bad. We need a favorable draw.
Wait, Gullet.
K. I understand where you're coming from, but me personally, I am not Arsenal. Give me anybody.
Do you want to watch a repeat of Chelsea Man City twice right now?
Yes. Why not? Why not? Why not, Eddie?
I still got PTSD from January.
Eddie, guess what? Guess what? Pressure makes diamonds. If we keep begging for them to keep hiding and hiding and hiding.
I don't know. Gullet. I mean, which diamond does Chelsea have? Which diamond? Which diamond?
I said pressure makes diamond, right?
But the pressure that we are in now, where is the diamond that it has made?
Yeah, but we need the pressure. Because of that pressure, we beat Dortmund.
Oh, we need the pressure. Okay.
Yes. How did they beat Dortmund? How did they beat Dortmund if it wasn't for pressure?
Who is going there? He said anybody.
He said anybody. Okay, who's the team you want and the one you want to avoid? Right, brother.
So you want me to be specific?
Specifically, which team you want and the one you want to avoid? Because I'm gonna just put it out. I'm gonna write it out. So
okay, to be honest, at this point right now,
next week.
Yeah, so and guys, this is my personal opinion, though.
Yeah, personal.
Guys, I don't mind Real Madrid, and I don't mind. Yes, I'm being real, and I don't mind Bayern.
Good. Is everything okay?
Amy, I'm being honest because I'll tell you why.
Why? Why? Tell me why. I like your opinion. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. I'll tell you why, bro. The only thing I've realized in this season is the fact that every time this team is under pressure, they are performing. And every time they play Yama team, you know what happens. So if this is the only thing that I've seen with my own eyes, then give me pressure.
So you think their pressure, the pressure that is being applied, takes them to a higher limit of their potential, right?
Yes, they have to dig deep.
Okay. So that higher limit that they actually reach when the pressure is applied, do you think that higher limit can make them beat Madrid or Bayern?
Yes.
In a two-legged game, you think so?
If we play this is the $1 million if here. If we play a back three.
That's why I asked. Do you know who your coach is?
No, Bayern is not.
See, if Chelsea had if Chelsea had a different coach, I'll say okay, there's a chance. But with the coach Chelsea had,
even we took now,
man. No, Emmy, we are stuck now. We are stuck now, right? For the rest of the season.
I feel you on who you picked. You want Graham Potter sacked. That's why you called for this.
No. It's not that. No, it's not that.
And they
No, it's not that, Eddie. Let me explain why I said that. I said we are stuck with Potter now, right? For now, we are stuck with him, right? We don't know if he's going to get sacked or not.
He's not getting sacked.
Yes. No, but
he's not going anywhere.
But these players, this year, I'm talking about this year, because since this year, this is when we start going, the trajectory started becoming downwards, right? The only time I've seen these players perform is when there is 1,000% pressure on them.
Despite pressure against Tottenham.
Despite being Potter being in the helm. I'm talking about the Champions League, Kenny. I'm talking about like, okay, fair enough, Potter was there against Tottenham, but when you're playing in Tottenham, it's Premier League. They know they got another game next week. But with Champions League, if you're out, you're out. Right? So if me as a Chelsea fan personally, right, I know who my team is. And if I am not ready to face anybody, I don't have the right to go to the finals.
I agree.
I admire your belief in the teams. I don't have the same
I
belief,
agree.
but
Mr. K, give me your team you want to face and team you want to avoid.
I want to avoid Man City and Bayern.
Okay.
At all costs in a double, yeah. At all costs in a
Team you want to
two-way
face.
team. Honestly, because I don't Real Madrid. They're not there, but I don't mind playing them. For me, it's AC Milan and Benfica.
So you want to avoid
I
AC
don't mind.
Milan and Benfica.
No,
Yeah, I
he
don't
wants
mind
to
AC
play
Milan.
AC Milan.
You want to
He
play.
wants to play AC Milan.
Yeah, I want to play. Yeah, AC Milan. AC Milan for me is the best of the. And
Out
then
of the bunch. Okay.
Inter. I don't want to play Inter because I can't think of Lukaku. I don't want to think of. So I don't even want to.
Man, Lukaku turned to RoboCop against Chelsea, man.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's what I don't even want to think of it. For me,
Against,
AC Milan for me is
who?
the best, and then I'll say
Against,
Benfica.
bring him in.
Inter Chelsea in San Siro. Damn. Lukaku hat trick.
Yeah, I can't be having that. Nah,
Bring him. Let
Be having
Chelsea fans saying, "Oh, it's because Jorginho is no more playing. That's why we're losing." Oh no, because this oh man, trust Chelsea fans, man.
Relax, mute him. So you said team you want to play is AC Milan or FC Porto or Inter Milan, right?
No, AC Milan or Benfica. That's the team I
Benfica.
want to
Okay.
play.
Okay.
Yeah, Benfica.
Mr. K, team you want to face or team you want to avoid in the UCL quarterfinal?
For me, I think I want AC Milan again. That'll be a good draw. For the sake of it, just give it Benfica so we can just shine our newly acquired possession in their face.
Nah lie. Hey, Chelsea no go beat this Benfica team.
They probably won't, but it is what it is. But yeah. Yeah, but I don't want to face Real Madrid or Bayern Munich. Those two teams are no.
Yeah,
I don't want to play
the team you want to face.
But any team other than those two, I'm really good with those. With any team.
Yeah, teams I don't want to face in this round: Napoli, Bayern, Madrid. I don't want to face them. I can the teams I want to face. I'll be happy to Inter or Porto. I'm looking at that bracket actually. That Inter or Porto bracket, or what comes to worst, the AC Milan team. I don't play Man City too. I don't think it would be a nice game. Chelsea Man City in the quarterfinal. Yeah, it won't sound good, but Chelsea just needs to build their confidence and if they can get to the semifinal, anything can happen if you get to the semifinal. I don't think you write off Chelsea if they get to the semifinal.
Fair enough. Mr. Cruz, teams you want to face and teams you want to avoid in the UCL quarterfinal.
Yeah, definitely avoid Real and Bayern, 100%. But I think, Milan or Benfica is the teams I want to play, 100%. Benfica probably first. I think they've done well, but they I don't know. I think people making their team sound a bit better than what it was. I don't think it's better than that team they went to the Europa League final with when they had Matic, Aymar, Cardozo. I don't think it's better than that team.
Yeah, man.
They're weak. I think it's better than that team. The team that they have currently, that's this current team under Roger Schmidt. I think I know I respect the Aymar. I remember when we beat them in 2013 in the Europa League final. But have you watched this team? This team is way better.
No, I think they don't have the same individual, but I think they play better. This team plays better.
Yeah, this team plays poor possession football and they play counter pressing, very, very efficient football. They play. I'm looking at them as a dark horse to even get to the semis somehow. But that's just
Mr. Blue Eyes, teams you want to face and teams you want to avoid.
Yeah, this is interesting. Since last year, about Real Madrid I like that traditional marriage that we have over Real Madrid. So I want Guled. I want Real Madrid so bad. I need to revenge so bad. Number 2, I want Napoli just because of Abdullahi. Yeah. I want to put Napoli and our brother Oshimen. I want to put them to sleep. It's enough.
I already said it.
You know that song, Everywhere I Go, Sisi Dankali, they follow me. Everywhere, any beer parlor I did right now, everybody's talking about Napoli. I'm tired. So I want the smoke from Real.
I mean, Bless, if that happened, Bless is gonna.
And I want the smoke from Napoli. And then the people I don't want, believe
Oh, Koulibaly is going back home. Okay.
People I don't want. It's very interesting. I have a funny feeling AC Milan might have something to say.
Yes, me too.
There's something very sleek, very, very, very unorthodox about AC Milan. So I don't want AC Milan anywhere near this round of 16, or what is it? Round of what? Quarterfinal. Yeah. And I don't want to see these people anywhere close to us as well. I'm not ready for Man City yet. I want Man City in the finals.
Wow.
No, Man City is not getting. I
want EPL domination right again. You guys know my whole EPL. I want an EPL domination. I want to prove to the world that the best football enterprises in world football come from the EPL, and I hope it comes to pass again. Go ahead.
Quick one, Abdullah. Can we also add who we think, because I know when the quarterfinal draw comes out, we can see the path to the final. Can we also kind of guess which two teams will be in that final? We can go around. Just when it's out.
Let me give my prediction. Then I'll talk about it. Me.
Do this next week, man. Do this next week.
We'll do this next week.
When you see the draw, then you can predict. Now it's just it's rubbish. Like you
Abdullah, check on Abdullah. Mental health is key, man.
Abdul is fine. Abdul just had suya and bread. Suya bread and orobo.
Okay, Abdul. Team you want to face and team you want to.
Suya bread and orobo mirinda, or gold spot.
Abdul,
or Tandy Gorana. Did you have Tandy Gorana?
I'm trying what I ate, and Emmy still interrupting me. So do you know what I eat or?
I just know you like Tandy Gorana because you're from that. You're from those days. Tandy Gorana. Or Gold Spot or Limca.
That's hot my boy. Wait, take man.
Hot Limca, the best you want.
I just went to clean my kitchen and have some pizza and Coke. So that's it.
Pizza? Man, bro, you need some asun, man. You need asun and bread. Pizza.
No, Thursday night. No, I won't enjoy it.
Abdul, the team you want to face in the UC and team you want to avoid.
See, I don't want to face any of these teams, man. I don't even want to face Chelsea. That's how scared I am. Okay, the only teams I can sort of think like, okay, the game is even. Is Benfica and the winner between Inter and Porto. If I get Benfica or Inter or Porto, I'll be really happy. But for any of the other teams, I'm scared as hell. Seriously.
You're scared of AC Milan?
I am, because we are in a relegation form. I know what you're saying, that because we play better in Europe this season, that's the only kind of saving grace that we've actually performed. And I think the reason why we are performing against the European teams is because the tempo is a bit slower. It's not as intense as playing Premier League football or Premier League teams. But
you know, when you get to the quarterfinal, the intensity increases, right?
Exactly. You see. So
also,
the only
let's be honest, Chelsea haven't played a quality team yet. Let's face it, man.
No, but we face.
Are you sure? In the Champions League? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
In the Champions League this season, they haven't played a quality team. Let's be honest.
Which is
the best test is Milan and Dortmund.
No, it's not. I think this is going to be their best. See, when you get to the quarterfinal of the Champions League, you can't say you're playing a small team. Anybody that gets this,
you played the Milan B team twice, and you played Dortmund that are test tube babies.
No, Dortmund has not lost a game this year though.
Did we not play Juve this season?
No, we played
no.
Milan,
Zagreb, it was last year.
Salzburg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Abdul.
So the only team I'll be sort of okay with is Benfica or Inter or Porto. The other teams I'll be scared as hell. Seriously.
Okay.
I know.
Me and on Twitter, I have had some discussion. Me and a lot of fans, and I said it to them. I do not care. Chelsea is a big club. And when it's in a UCL match, I'm taking form out of the way. I already said it again, and I'm gonna say it again. I want Real Madrid or FC Bayern Munich. And I've already said it. And I've already said it to Madrid fans. Vilton, Red, Rahimski. I'm gonna see you in April in Santiago Bernabeu in 3 weeks time in April. Real Madrid or FC Bayern Munich. That is who I want. And the team I want to avoid is Benfica or Napoli, or even AC Milan, because you see those teams a little bit when you think, because this is the thing about Chelsea. When we are becoming favorite in the UCL final, we collapse, especially UCL, we collapse. But when we are underdogs, we thrive when we become underdogs. But people doesn't put that. If it's Chelsea, their form is bad. I'm gonna give it to these people. That is when we thrive most. But when we become favorites, we have the dilemma of collapsing, and that is what scares me most. That's why I don't want to face AC Milan on this team. I would love to face a bigger team like Bayern or Real Madrid. People already put them as favorite. We just go there, play our game, smash and grab, get out. Semi-final, straightforward. I don't have.
He said you smash Bayern or Real Madrid.
Smash and grab.
Smash
Like
and
I already
grab.
said, Raimski, Red, Vilton. I'm gonna see you in April, Santiago Bernabeu, in 3 weeks' time.
Let it be known that I am totally against this. So when the smoke comes, I don't know. I'll wash my hands off this, man.
I'm ready.
I'm telling you.
I'm ready.
Madrid or FC
I
Bayern,
want Real Madrid.
Santiago Bernabeu in 3 weeks in April. We go.
I want Real Madrid so bad.
Madrid,
Chai.
Madrid or FC Bayern.
I want Real Madrid like they owe me 1K. Like I'm coming for that 1K, man. Listen. And the reason I love playing Real Madrid is they up their game. Anytime you play Real Madrid in quarterfinals, you're playing a world-class game. Doesn't matter who you're playing. If it's Real Madrid, you're guaranteed a world-class performance. Both ways, just like last year. So, I mean, if we can't handle that smoke, then why are we going to the finals?
Thank you, guys.
Exactly. Why? I don't know.
Why we pushing around this? Why?
Semi-finals, maybe quarterfinals.
Kenny, let's not forget. Yeah, when we played Atletico Madrid, didn't they just beat Liverpool?
Yeah, no, they were exactly.
Atletico Madrid. No, they didn't. They didn't. They won the league that year.
They won the league.
They didn't beat no one.
We beat them in the round of 16.
It was Atletico, and then we beat Porto.
Who beat Liverpool? Who beat Liverpool that year?
That year.
Liverpool. It was Real Madrid that beat them. It was Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Yeah.
No, that was the year we won it. The year we won it.
Yeah, it was Real Madrid.
Yeah,
the year
it was
we
Real
won
Madrid.
And we beat Madrid.
Okay.
And we beat Madrid.
Yeah, we beat Madrid.
No, Madrid are a solid team still, but they can get I watched some of the games they can get caught out, and Benzema is not in the same amazing form as he was last year. But still, it's still Real Madrid.
I've said it. I will say it countless time. I already said it to Vilton. Vilton said, "Abdullah, I'm gonna see you in 3 weeks," and I said, "Bro, I'm gonna see you in Bernabeu in 3 weeks." That's it. Raimski, Red, Vilton. He already tested me already. We will meet in April in Bernabeu, Santiago Bernabeu in 3 weeks. Madrid, Chelsea. That's it. I'm ready. I'm not afraid. I'm ready. We will meet in Bernabeu. We will meet. That's it.
Yeah, man. Bring it on.
So let's do a throwback pictures. Who did my brain?
Abdullah, and we're gonna talk about the weekend's game.
We're gonna talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
Where's King Black? Where's King Black? King Black, where you doing? Now,
I don't even know. He's been absent. He came in. When did he came? He came in the day United beat the beat United 7-0. It came to jab Chimera and he left. But he said he's been listening though. He said he's been listening. Who do I bring for the tobacco?
Eddie, you follow basketball, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I didn't know that Pau Gasol his jersey got retired. This is off topic, but
Yeah, he got retired a couple of days
Let's
ago.
talk about
yeah,
it.
I didn't know this. Oh man, finally, man, yo, that guy
That's what
deserves his flowers, man.
Yeah, man.
Kevin Durant got injured again.
Are you serious? After going
Yeah.
Yeah,
after going to Phoenix?
It's gone for the
yeah.
season.
Oh my goodness, man!
Really, it's silly as well. Like if you watch, it's stupid. Like really,
It's made of plastic, bro.
Oh
It's made of
my
plastic.
goodness, man! So now it's who's left? Books and
Booker and Paul.
Yeah, and Paul and DeAndre.
Oh,
Ayton.
DeAndre Ayton. Yeah.
Man. Yo, if Durant, so he's out for the season, Durant.
Yeah, I think regular season, he's probably going to be playing for the playoff, but for regular season, I think that's it.
Reminds me of the same thing he did in what was it 2018, 2019 for Golden State when he got injured, man, against Raptors. Remember that final?
Yeah.
Damn. Anyways, Abdullah, where's your throwback before we kill?
I'm thinking about the picture I want to use. So I don't even know yet. I'm thinking. I haven't decided yet. Okay.
Let's tackle Felix then, since you're waiting.
Let's talk Felix.
Yeah, I'm ready. I can talk Felix, man. Trust me, I can talk. He's
guys,
he's
my guy, but not today. Not today. It's gonna
Felix.
be a long conversation about Felix. Not today.
It's a simple conversation. You send him back.
No, not yet. He's still conducting an interview with Chelsea. He's still going through an interview. We haven't hired him yet. Well, this is
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In my opinion, we have too many Felixes or potential Felixes in this team. That's why I'm happy. That's why I'm happy with him to go back.
Yeah, he hasn't shown me anything
But Chelsea
exceptional.
want to buy him permanently, so we'll see.
I haven't seen but listen, if there was out of all the you're right, Eddie, out of all the similarities we have, Felix is the only one that looks promising on the bike. If Felix gets on the bike, he drags us to the opponent's 18-yard box. I don't see any other guy getting on that bike.
That's fair. That's fair.
My only problem. And I think that bike is a huge thing that we've been missing for a long time.
But the thing is it a thing of we're expecting him to do everything and we can get players?
So, guys, let's talk about it.
Parts of what he does.
So, Blue Eyes and cool, guys.
Yeah, that's I guess coach. Now you're talking to the coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about him.
Hey, La Bison! Oh, Escape, baddest guy.
Let's talk about
Bison.
him.
The Bison.
Yes,
So let's
sir.
talk about him.
Hey, La Bison. This guy.
Please talk about that goal in 2009.
My brother.
Should have taken us to the final, man.
What a goal. What's the most against Barcelona?
Barcelona.
Yeah.
The one I love most was against Arsenal. The one is called
The Arsenal one. That volley.
Guys, what happened to that coach? What happened to that coach that fucked us up in 2009?
Who, Hiddink?
Avram Grant?
No,
it was
the one
Avram
that fucked us up. No, the coach, not the coach, sorry, the ref.
The ref.
Oh, he's gone, man.
He's gone.
He's gone. That was corruption, man. As soon as he finished the game, he never refereed again.
My goodness.
Lord have mercy.
How many penalties, man?
Oh my
That should have been back-to-back finals, man.
Listen.
So, guys, let's talk about this.
Can I start?
Let's go ahead.
Listen, man. This is one of the most formidable midfielders English football has seen. EPL, sorry, guys. English folks, sorry. I know when I say English football, it will sound as if I'm talking about the English brand. So let me retract. EPL. This is one of the most formidable midfielders the EPL has seen in the past. I would say, in the past 25 years, he was beastly. He was hardworking. He had an eye for goal. He protected the defense very well. And his international showing for the Black Stars cannot be undermined. Michael Essien is exactly what Chelsea needed when we got him. I'm telling you, man. He was exactly the only thing. If you really want to shine the light on his career, the only thing is the injuries, man.
It pained me,
man.
It entered me.
The injuries affected his body of work, almost like it's doing to Kante. Almost.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, so listen, he makes it. I think he makes it as a cult hero for me for Chelsea. I think he's definitely one of those unsung and cult heroes that it was a joy to watch. Game in, game out, man. This guy, and especially for Black, I really enjoyed this game for Black Stars, man. He and Sule Muntari. I don't know if anybody watched Sule Muntari.
I did.
Oh
Right.
boy,
He won a treble, man.
Sule Muntari. Anyways, this is Michael Essien's stage. So yeah, listen, I doff my hat to this guy, man. Yeah, I don't know if he's a Chelsea legend. What do you guys think?
Nah, it's not a legend.
Because of the injuries, Blue Eyes. Because of the injury, he didn't have that longevity.
Cult hero, yeah, cult hero.
Yeah, cult hero is fine. Because of the injury,
is he still played?
He played through the injuries. Yeah, he played. But the thing is, he's a guy that kicks the door down. With injuries, he couldn't do that.
He couldn't do that. Yeah,
he couldn't do that, and he's not a finesse player. He's not like a Mikel that can finesse his way out of tight corners. He's a guy that just kicks the gate down. He just bangs it in, man. Then do you want to talk about all his goals? Like his goals go down in the book.
Barcelona, Arsenal.
You can always list his goals, like his big goals.
Big goals. These are big goals.
Like they say, what do you call him? The Bison, right? Bison.
Bison.
In French, I guess it's Bison. For the French guys, I don't know. I hope I'm right, but yeah, man, fantastic.
Yeah, Bison.
Bison. There you go. Bison. Yeah, man. Next, somebody
else. Michael Essien.
Yeah. So I was just making throwback. Okay. This guy was just he just had a bit of unluckiness with injuries. So, but he's everything you want from a midfielder. You see, people like Bison are the reason why I don't really respect Frank Lampard. That's why I was making reference to the issue earlier on that if I take out Lampard's goals and I put him next to Bison, who will I pick? And these are the guys that actually carried the team, that did the donkey work, that guaranteed Lampard the freedom to just go do his thing. You know, Bison any day, any time. Any day, any time. And to be honest, that's why I'm actually that gets me thankful that we didn't sign Gerrard, because it was missing signing Gerrard that made what's it called, Jose, go for Bison. And you know, he's Chelsea true and true. What can I say? And like Lampard said, I'm sorry, like Blue Eye said, you know, you even have to watch him for the Black Stars, where he has that free spirit, free role. I mean, the guy was just born to play football.
He's a baller, man. Baller.
He was just born to play football. He's one of the guys who, even if he wasn't a professional football, he would still be playing football every day with his friends, even as an adult. You know, everything about him was just football. And yeah, I wish we could get. Anyway, wanting to reminiscing on him and me wanting to create him makes me actually wish that Reece James is converted to a midfielder, because he reminds me of the kind of player Bison is. So it's in my what do you call it?
That makes sense.
Fantasy Island that makes me want Reece James to be a midfielder, because
Abdul, he played left back for us, right? Once, he used to play left back sometimes.
He did.
Right.
He did.
Right back.
And the
right back. Yeah.
Right back.
2011, 2012. Yeah, he did.
He played right back, emergency right back a few times. You know, so that's what gets me sometimes to dream about Reece James being a midfielder. So, but
they have the same shape. It's true.
Eddie, yeah. Abdul, can I ask you a question? Who do you know the comment you said about Lampard? Fair enough, but who do you think we could have got in that over that era to around Europe? Because you said we take Lampard's goals out, he wouldn't be the player that he was. Wouldn't be like compared to the best players in Europe. Who would have been able to come into the Premier League and scored the amount of goals that Lampard would have scored over that time that he was there? Who do you think? Who around Europe?
I don't understand this question.
Yeah, who around Europe would have scored those same amount of goals? Because if you take the goals out from the player, then we don't achieve some of the stuff that we did. So he might have the qualities that you're saying, but then like these are the type of players that we brought to complement him and his goals. So without Mikel and Makelele and Essien doing what they done to allow Lampard to do what he done, you know what I mean? Like I feel like Lampard is the type of player that without these type of players, you wouldn't see the best of these players without Lampard, and the same way around.
Yeah, so you're saying if we didn't have Lampard, who would I have brought in?
Yeah, who would you have brought in? Because you said take out his goals.
Yeah, I think Steven Gerrard would have been able to do the same.
But why are you contradicting yourself? Abdul.
No, he said goals now, goals. Steven Gerrard was a scoring midfielder as well.
You're right, but you just said before Cruz asked you the question, you just said thank God we didn't get Steven Gerrard. Yeah, you said thank God we didn't
Cruz
get
is asking me a hypothetical question now. Cruz is asking me a hypothetical question that if we didn't have Lampard, who will I have brought a midfielder that can bring in that will still deliver that number of goals?
Yeah, but what is your answer? What your answer says to me is that you're not really giving Cruz a footballing answer why Frank Lampard without the goals is not a GOAT.
No, the reason why I asked the question because it's obvious that without Lampard's goals, he's not the same technical player as those players that are around that in that era from early thousands all the way up until like early 2010s, right? But that's obvious. But there's a reason why Chelsea didn't go out and sign a midfielder in Lampard's place to do what he was doing because he was that player. That makes sense.
Efficiency, absolutely.
So if we didn't have him, somebody who could have looked to that comes to my head now is maybe a kind of Steven Gerrard. I think Steven Gerrard could have been a Lampard in a Chelsea without a Lampard.
Yeah, but who compared to? But do you get the question? Who compared to Lampard around Europe would have been able to do what Lampard was doing? Because you can't just take out Lampard and then say get Gerrard. It's the same. You're replacing the same thing with the same thing. So who's technically better without the goals that would have been able to improve in that Lampard position? Because then I don't get why you'd want to take Lampard out, or you're saying there's better midfielders. Because then you're losing all of those goals from Lampard, and you're not replacing it with anything.
Yeah, but without these players. But I'm giving you the answer. So we are saying without a Lampard, who will I have brought in that will still deliver a Lampard's goals, isn't it? Goals tally. And I'm saying the player I look at is a Steven Gerrard. He could have delivered the same number of goals if he had played at Chelsea.
Then the question, Abdul.
If he had played at that Chelsea with those players we have, and he was given that Lampard's role, he could have matched those Lampard's goals tally.
Okay, fine. But if you take the goals out, let's say you put Gerrard in that role, like you're envisioning, and you take the goals away from Gerrard as well. Do you still look at him as an ordinary player?
No. Gerrard is I think Gerrard is technically better than Lampard. That's why Gerrard went to the World Cup when Lampard couldn't make it to the World Cup in 2002. He's technically better. But he plays in a poorer team, so he couldn't deliver those number of goals. But he was still a midfield goal scorer. I'm not taking anything away from Lampard. I'm just saying this is how I see him. Okay, so just like what do you call him? Mourinho told Pogba, he said, you have to. He said something like you have to play like not play like he says something like you have to score or you have to get your stats up just like Frank Lampard. Okay, if you want people to like put you in that level, if you want people to place you as a midfielder, okay, in that world-class goals, then you have to get your stats up just like Lampard. And Pogba, being the kind of poor student he is, he said, well, Lampard didn't win the World Cup. How dare you compare me to Lampard? But that's true. Nobody remembers what Pogba did at Man U. But if you had scored goals like Lampard did at Chelsea in his prime, we'll be talking about Pogba like, like one of the greats that played for Man U.
So therefore, you can. Yeah, okay. Anyways, it's a preference thing. That's why I'm saying you cannot isolate goals from what Lampard did in his career. Those are. It's
No,
like
no, he was no. We've said it already in this trip. He was smart enough to know.
Yeah.
Let me make this my niche, and he polished his tools. Okay, he was smart enough. Pogba was not smart enough to think like, okay, can I make this my niche? And that was what Jose Mourinho was telling Pogba then, that you have to get your stats up if you want to be revered as a midfielder. There's a reason why he said that.
Very
You
nice.
know, and that's the two realities. You can compare the two realities. That's what I'm trying to say.
So, Mr. Goulet, Michael Essien.
Man,
Sorry?
you're taking us back on time. You're taking us back in time, Abdullah.
That's why it's called throwback picture. Relax. This is
Yes,
this
yes.
is
Good. You watched? Did you watch Essien?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a Chelsea fan from 1998.
Oh, nice. Okay, nice.
Yeah. Man, what can I say, man? If it wasn't for injuries,
you pay me, Goulet. You pay
this guy would
me.
if it wasn't for injuries, he would have been in a lot of conversations. A lot of conversations. And let's not even take away. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have this much support for Chelsea in Ghana. That by itself is huge.
Very true. He basically
It's very huge.
he opened the doors to Ghana. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because I remember that time it used to be mainly Man United and Arsenal. Chelsea wasn't even in the conversation until Essien came. So, man, words cannot describe what kind of player this guy was, man. This guy used to leave his heart and soul on the pitch every single game, even when he was injured. And he had to play only 50 minutes or 60 minutes here and there. The level of consistency, the passion he showed. If I didn't know personally that he was bought, I would have thought he came from the Chelsea Academy.
Yeah, because of his commitment. That's true.
Yes. And he played for the team. He didn't play for himself.
Yeah.
And this is what made him, I think his biggest strength, apart from his footballing ability, was his humbleness. Because of his humbleness, he made everyone around him great. Because of the, as our guys used to say, the donkey work he used to do. Man, words cannot describe what this guy meant for Chelsea.
Absolutely.
And especially when he went to, when I used to see him playing for Ghana, him, Muntari, and Stephen Appiah. Man, those were the days. Him and Appiah used to, they were like Felix and Kai. They used to switch roles, left and right.
Man.
Words.
I'm a Muntari
Sorry,
guy.
guys, go ahead.
No, go. No, I'm just a Muntari guy. Sule Muntari is my guy, man. Anyways, go ahead.
Yes. No. He was a great player. But what I meant was that free role.
Yes.
It was him and Appiah mainly.
That's true.
They used to switch. Yeah.
Man,
But
Appiah was a
man,
bad boy too,
all
man.
I can say is, man, it was a pleasure to be able to be born enough common sense to watch this guy play football. so that's how I'll end it, man.
Yeah,
long live
Mr.
Bison.
K.
Long live Bison.
Mr. K, Michael Essien, man. Oga K, talk. K, talk. Essien.
You know this guy before he went to France went on trial with Man United. And Alex
mean
Ferguson sort of like
Yeah, I heard that story.
decided not to sign him for whatever reason. He decided against signing him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know this, but I can see why. It's going to be hard when you play when you have Paul Scholes, man, especially in that mode, and at that time too.
Essien.
And our guys at that time, that's the time when the African market started opening for England.
For England.
So even though they had some trials, at that time when Essien went there, automatically was a bit apprehensive, thanks to Scholes and
Nana
so on.
came back.
Yeah, but what's his Nana came back for his brother. Hold on. Quinton Fortune. When did Quinton Fortune play for
2003.
Is it 3 or 4?
2003. 3.
Two?
No, it was
No,
3.
in the
Two?
90s. 90s.
That's what I'm saying.
Quentin Fortune.
Quinton
Oh,
Fortune.
you mean when he, yeah, Quinton Fortune. Yeah.
What
No,
year?
what I mean is like okay, fair enough. 1 player, 2 players, okay. What I mean is the way the influx happened.
Oh, I see.
Like, you know, there was a certain influx from the, I think it was from 2003.
The early 2000 when the Yakubus.
Yeah, because before it used to mainly be Europe,
yeah,
Europe and Asia, and South America.
Exactly. Yeah. You're right, Kulat. It was around that time we started seeing a high number of African players in the.
Montari was a crazy man, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Big Lebowski, thank you.
Like the crazy ones.
Man.
Yeah.
Listen,
man.
If I were ever to be a coach, I'll tell them to go and watch Montari tapes. That's exactly what you call a high IQ, technically sound midfielder.
Yo, Mutari is my guy, man. No,
Oh, stop, man. Sule. Abdullah, one day you have to do one show for Sule Mutari, man. You have to do one show one day for Sule Mutari. Anyways, go ahead.
He's my guy, man. Nah.
Mutari.
Nana, your boy. Talk about your boy.
Yeah, man. SCN, man. Yo, listen. I think you see, this is why I believe that I was just born to be a Chelsea fan. Like, Drogba was my guy. Like, Drogba was my Drogba was him for me. But SCN was obviously Ghanaian. Bro, Michael Essien, man, yo, that's a dog. Like, in terms of the way he was playing, yo, killer, man, killer. It's just the injuries. That's the only thing that really, aggravates me. And because Ghana as well, the national team, man, we actually didn't. I wouldn't say need, but yo, I think he just missed too many tournaments. But Essien as a player, there's nothing to be disputed. One of the best midfielders on his day when he was fit. That's non-negotiable, man. But I just look at the midfielders now, man. Chelsea, we got a lot of work to do because Essien,
what a player.
Essien, Lampard, Ballack,
Mikel.
Deco.
There was Deco too. I remember Deco.
You see,
the standards, man. The standards.
You see, that's what we're talking about ego. You know what I mean? Like this guy, Essien and Mikel, they didn't have that ego.
Yeah, they just want to play football. Midfield. They just want to play ball. They don't want to play ball.
And they were contented with whatever.
Yeah, but the coach, that's a lot to do with the coach as well, man. They
Jose Mourinho.
Yeah, man. Yo.
Ancelotti too.
Yeah. Oh my God, Chelsea's midfield, man. The standards.
I want to ask Abdul this question. You said 2002, Lampard didn't go to World Cup. What team was he playing for? What team was Gerrard playing for?
Was he not at Chelsea at 2002? He was at Chelsea.
I don't think it was at Chelsea at 2002.
Okay, it was at Chelsea.
Was still at West Ham.
We signed him 01. We signed him 01. We signed 2001.
2001?
Yeah.
They signed him like 2001 or 2000. I think 2001.
I think one. We signed him 2001. So
he's right, K. He was under Ranieri for 3 seasons. It was 2001.
I thought they signed this guy like 2002. Oh,
so
okay. To my guy.
What was Abdul saying now? What was Abdul saying?
Leave my
guy alone, man.
What this guy would have been, man. Injuries killed this guy. I remember the goal against Barcelona. That goal was
man.
That goal was
that Arsenal goal too.
Jeez, yo,
that Arsenal goal.
I mean, that is one of the. For me personally, I mean, it might be controversial, but I prefer this guy to Mikel. The only reason why I liked him better was this guy can shoot, man. He can shoot the ball. I like players that can actually score goals. So that's just my own personal preference. But this guy he's a beast. So we miss this kind of player in our team. We miss this kind of players. Like, he's a real workhorse. He can do anything. He can put in the socks, put in the shift. You need a guy to actually shield your defense. He's your guy. So, I mean,
And he can play. If you want him to play multiple positions, if you want him to play multiple positions, he's ready for you.
Yeah,
He's gonna play ball.
there's not a lot of players that can do that now. So yeah, respect. So if he's actually playing right now, he'll probably be more suited playing in this area, because a lot of coaches really like their defensive midfielder to actually go into that fallback position or cover different aspects of the pitch. So yeah, what more can you say about this guy? He's a beast.
Mr. Cruz, your take on the Michael Essien?
Yeah, I think just literally the same what everyone's kind of said, man. Like an iconic player in that role for us, driving the ball forward. But yeah, the injuries just killed him, man. Honestly, if the injuries didn't kill him, then he'd probably be like, I want to go as far as saying probably one of the best in ever in the Premier League. To be honest, we don't know the potential that he had, but he still like managed to do some good things in his career after those injuries. Anyway, like he moved on, and where did he go again? He went to
Madrid for a period of time. I think it was on loan.
Yeah, he went to Madrid with Mourinho and was good there for him. So, and by all accounts as well, I remember watching an interview with Mourinho talking about. I think Abdul.
Is that when he said, "My daddy"?
Yo, that's very feminine, man. That's still wrong with the
As soon as I heard my daddy, I just logged up, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I think they had a good relationship, and I think Abdul was saying that he's a nice guy and stuff like that, and I think really humble, really good.
Yeah, this guy actually took Mourinho to Ghana, took him to his mom's house.
Yes,
he took him around. Like, this is why he said daddy. Not the way we look at it now. It's the way they used to look at it back then.
No, but the way he said my daddy. When I heard my daddy, like, man, Ross, man. When my daddy called me and said, "Come to Real," I have no choice but to listen to my daddy.
Yo.
Yeah, but at that time, oh guys, it made sense. Now we live in a different world.
Did you see his Instagram picture? He said it, man. Yo, my soul just jittered a bit, man. Yo.
You guys.
My daddy, man. That thing just changed the whole picture for me.
No, but that's when I hear... guys, jokes aside, that's a testament to his humbleness.
Yeah,
because if he didn't revere him as a father figure, he wouldn't have done what he done for him in Chelsea.
No, that's true. That's still true, but
shout out to you,
Daddy's a bit crazy, dude. You couldn't even keep it at dad. You couldn't even keep it at dad for me.
No, he's African now. Come on.
Yeah, I get it, but come on, bro. Oh my god.
When
you think okay? Oh, guys, 1 second. Enki, you think if you go to Africa now and you start saying pause, they will understand you?
Oh, hell no.
Exactly. So the guy was talking from the heart.
No, Gulen.
Bro, the guy is Ghanaian, bro. Come on.
Yeah, you know what the thing is?
They say daddy for that.
It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon, obviously. Yeah. But Jesus, man, yo.
My daddy.
This guy's a grown professional footballer. You know that. This guy's
he's talking as a Ghanaian, and he's talking to an elder person that he sees old enough, if not old, as his father. It's like I don't know.
No, you're right.
Even in Nigeria,
I get it. It's not that I don't get it.
When a father comes to the house, they say, "Hello, daddy."
Listen, I get it.
No, you don't get it.
But still,
that's it for a minute to you. You don't get it.
What he said,
I do get it, but still.
Yeah.
What
You're
exactly?
absolutely right. It's pure respect.
Get it.
It's pure respect. Listen, it's pure respect. But
exactly, guys.
No, it's pure. No, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's also sound effects.
Yeah.
There's something about sound effects. And another way of saying daddy is migafa. Mm-hmm. You understand? You can say migafa. But to come and say my daddy,
why would you say migafa?
But gaffa. When you say daddy,
yeah, but daddy will make sense in Europe, innit? It's the middle ground between Africa and Europe.
Nah, listen, I don't think you guys are listening to this.
I get
When
what
somebody say, "When my daddy say come to Real Madrid," I told my daddy that I will call him.
Guys,
Don't kill me.
because
that's
they
deep.
come back
That's
and
deep.
they
That's
try to
deep.
be
Don't kill
respectful.
me.
That's all.
Don't kill
That's
me.
deep.
Oh
That's
my
deep.
god.
That's deep.
I'm just having fun. Don't mind me.
I know.
Oh my god.
It's nothing. There's nothing unusual in what he did, man.
Yeah, because for me, when I look at this,
Wilton, you're 1 year
apart
older
from
than me. Chill out, bro. You're 1 year
there's
older than me. Come on
nothing,
now.
there's nothing with new gen stuff. Relax. Hilton, in 3 weeks' time we'll meet at Benabu. Don't worry. In 3 weeks' time we'll meet at Benabu. Don't worry.
Tosin still hasn't come back yet. Really
Where the hell
poor.
is
Tosin.
Tosin? You know who retired Tosin is Verratti. Tosin
Yeah, the way
Verratti's call,
Verratti just, Verratti, no technical security, Verratti. God, even
So
in a
because
game like
for
that.
me, when I look at SCM, for me,
Damn.
like apart from that, if not for the injury, I would have seen to have that longevity more. I would have a lot of conversation about it because this guy.
Who, Essien?
Yes.
I'm still
If not for that-
taking Montari personally.
Essien is the closest thing that I see to what's it called, Clarence Seedorf. Like if he didn't have any injury, like major injuries, I think his career would have been almost the same image like Clarence Seedorf.
Not really, man. I don't know what. I don't know if you did. You watch Clarence Seedorf?
Technically, or technically.
Like I think, technically no. And
No, technically he wasn't on the same level.
Yeah,
Seedorf was on another level, man.
Temperament to the game.
Yes.
Yeah, temperament to the game. Two different profiles, man. I don't know.
Two different profiles. I beg. Two different profiles.
But one thing I would respect about this guy is he went to Real Madrid and he was not even 100%. He was 60%, and he still performed for them.
Because
this is a testament to what
guys,
he could have done.
If you look at this era of football we have right now, and those years of this era there, we have egos. Apart from which, we also have ballers, like technical players who are willing to die and play for the club, regardless of the status or anything. They just want to play football, like Mikel, like Essien, so many of them. But look at this era now. People are crying on social media. I'm not getting.
People are begging for Kovacic to say now, man.
So like, it's a little bit complicated because those eras you know this when you see play, you know play. I even remember those. I don't know if you guys remember this year. Giuliano Belletti. Do you guys remember that player?
Yeah.
You see, so those are the players we have in our team. There, Belletti and co. Belletti didn't even last long. There was Yossi Benayoun. So many of them.
Hey.
Relax. There was Benayoun. Relax. I don't get Liverpool merchant, but relax. There was Benayoun.
Yeah, but Abdullahi, in one era, the world has changed so much.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense because that time, the characters and the personalities that used to play football at that time, to comparing to now, is day and night.
Yeah, it's very day and night. Yeah, I agree because then apart from these egos, there's also very technical ballers there where you have like egos mixed together with ballers. Everybody's on the same platform and agenda. We want to win this, regardless of the fight. I just want to go on the pitch and just play football and win matches. That's for me in terms of having the same group. But in this era now, cliques, PR. So many stuff is I'm like, oh, relax, don't do this. I don't like this, man. I don't like because this is not the Chelsea I supported. No. Those years then.
You know one thing that got added to football that people don't actually notice. Back in the day, in football, you always, regardless of how good you are, even Ronaldo, everybody at their peak, it always used to be about the team.
The team, yeah.
But this era is about me. It's selfishness.
Only me. And it's annoying because when you think about only you and you don't think about your team, it doesn't make any sense. Because I remember those years, we had a lot of players, Deco, Balak, Essien, Mikel, Belletti, who again?
Maluda, Anelka.
Kalu, man. Give Solomon some love as well.
Andriy Shevchenko. Who again? I'm forgetting many of them.
Crespo. People forget Crespo.
Crespo. There was Kezman also too. Andrea Mutu.
Yeah.
There were so many of them. And there was this guy too. There was, is he Dos Santos. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Dos Santos.
Yeah, Dos Santos, even
Giovanni
Cudicini,
Dos Santos.
everybody, man.
No, it was Franco
No,
Franco
Frank
Di
De Santo.
Santo. Franco Di Santo.
Frank De Santo.
Yeah.
Oh, Frank
Yeah,
De Santo.
yeah.
Okay.
My boy
this is
Boswingwa.
Oh,
Osingwa.
that I know that harlot, right? Bozingwa. Just only going for just now to defend. Relax.
Yeah, but guess what, Abdullah? Even
Pizarro, yeah,
even though he was a harlot,
Pizarro, yeah.
yeah, even though he was a harlot, according to your report, he still played for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still appreciate him, man.
Yeah.
We still appreciate him.
Bozingwa was very good, yeah. Going forward, it was very good. I like
Even Miralles, that talk.
Miralles, yes.
Yeah.
I remember.
No, what was the goal he scored?
Against
Who was it
Benfica.
against?
Benfica Europa
You
League.
have no right to score. You have no
Benfica
right to
Europa
shoot
League.
from there.
That was from
Benfica.
Benfica.
That was Champions League. That was Champions League.
Was it Champions League or Europa League?
The Champions League. I went to win the UCL in 2012. It was in
Oh
the
yeah.
UCL.
You're right.
You
Yeah.
had no right to strike. You had no right to strike the ball like
What
that.
a goal! Lord have mercy.
Bro, we had players. We had Alex as well at one point.
Alex, yes, I remember
Alex,
Alex. Ricardo Carvalho, John Terry,
Yeah, man.
Ashley Cole, Ivanovic. So many of them. We were players those years. Those era, they were baller, technical baller, man. Chelsea have players. We have players. But Abramovich era for me was just the best. It was the best because we had players that want to fight for the shirt then.
Yeah.
Ballers. Not now where oh Lord help me. Yeah, Jamie Flood, that's a bank. Yes, I remember. Yes, Jamie Flood. Yeah. That's a bank too. And also, yeah, I remember a lot of them and a lot, man.
You know what the problem is? Like a lot of those players came in and left and came and left, and the thing that didn't change, the thing that's changed now between this era and what I can see is the change is we ain't got the spine. We had Czech, he never really moved. Terry never moved. Lampard didn't really move.
Yeah, but Cruz, it comes down to personality, bro.
Not really, because sometimes you need to have those core players that don't move, man. Like, like when you go to Man City, the last 6-7 years, De Bruyne has not really moved. They had company, he retired or whatever left. But he didn't really move for 6-7 years. We've got, every time you turn around, there's a new someone there, there's a new player there, that player's leaving. We can't get one striker. Our goalkeeper's trash. Like, it's just not, we ain't got a spine. We need a fixed spine of who we rely on. We've tried to do that with Thiago, but Thiago's 40. So,
Yeah, but do you know what?
The same thing with N'Golo Kante, but the injury is for me.
Exactly. So every time we try to build, something goes wrong. We need to establish that spine first. Then we can build those. Morelos can come and chip in. Maloudas can come and chip in. Kalou can come and chip in. But at the moment, we don't have that spine for those players to look good. We're asking them to come in and then just be the best. But it's not going to work, man. Like, we need to establish that core.
No, I get you. But this is what I was trying to explain to you. The players that you spoke about, okay. Now, the closest thing to that, as you said, was Man City, comparing to spine, when it comes to spine, right? But the issue is the player have to think about the betterment of the club. He should stop thinking about himself. But with us, like now, the only hope we had was Chelsea Academy players, right? Okay, fair enough. Rhys James signed a new contract. We have Loftus-Cheek. Mason Mount might leave. But this is what I'm saying. In this era now, the last 10 years, it's about me, in general. Back in the day, we used to see players that would stay in one club, be the spine, as you said, for years and years and years. But now, you'll never see that. It's very rare to see. It's very rare to come across personalities like that. Because it's a social media world now. It's about what's the next big thing? How can I make more money? How can I get more chicks? How can I move up? How can I, it's not about the club.
No. Are we still talking about spine or are we talking about personalities?
No, we're talking about spine and personalities. Both.
I don't think a spine has to do with personalities. I think a spine just needs to do with making sure you recruit your Kingsmen.
Yes.
Yeah, making sure you recruit Kingsmen. It's not a personality thing. You want people that will come in, and because you can be a Kingsman and not, like, Frank Lampard actually didn't have personality. If you think about it,
zero
personality. He couldn't even make captain. Only if Terry is not there and that is not there in some cases.
In some cases, yeah.
Frank Lampard was a tepid, like, with all due respect, I don't know him personally, but he was kind of like he was a tepid guy. He was very quiet. Just like you, obviously, he's a party guy from what Mikel was saying, but he's like a quiet guy. So it's not a personality thing. If you have the right pieces across the spine of your team, and that could be like Cruz was saying for Manchester City. You still have what's his name running around like Tom and Jerry in the midfield. What's his name?
Fernando Silva.
You still have Silva. You still have De Bruyne.
Fernandinho just left a couple of years ago, but he was there for how long?
I can go that guy also.
Yeah, but guys,
and on top of that, you're fitting in new pieces now into that spine. If Foden behaves himself, he'll get in rotation.
Yeah, guys, but I wasn't talking about the actual personality per se. We're talking about the personality trait of sacrifice. Because if you want to become a spine player, a spine of a team, you have to sacrifice yourself, which means you're ready to stay despite all the clubs coming for you.
No. You have to be in the you have to play yourself into a position where you're comfortable in your team. It's not about whether you have the personality or not. You have to be able to play to earn to stay. If you understand what I mean, you got to be able to play to earn to stay. Because the spine, you look at Chelsea, for example, historically, you go to the games, most of the guys that were in our spine played to earn that role of being in the spine. It's not because they were this do or die and said we're not going anywhere. No. In my opinion, in my opinion.
Yes. No, I hear you guys. No, you're right. But now that we have all these players, it's going to be difficult to build that for a while.
Well, you see, the thing is, slowly, right? We'll see. Slowly. If people if all this, like, it looks like we have a good defensive line now. The back three, even without Silva, it looks like we have a good future with Badiashile. What's his name? Fofana, and even it looks like Cucurella is here to stay. I don't know.
He's not leaving, Blue Eyes, man. Come on now, come on.
I'm still looking at him somehow.
I think you can look at him all you want. He's playing at your club, man.
Ooh, you're looking at him. Blue Eyes, what happened?
I know, Cruz. It's a long
wow,
story.
Man, what? It's changed.
And what?
I think the right description is to say, like, we don't have a strong enough spine, because every team has a spine, but our spine is not as strong as it used to be, But you could tell, like, those ones that have the characters, or that have the longevity, or we could say, like, our spine is becoming more visible now. I think that's what it is. Like, some people's spine are more visible, some teams' spine are more visible than others, and that is what carry us through that era.
Because if you look at because this is what annoys me most. That was why I was very, very, very harsh. I'm very, very harsh and very angry at Lampard, because I watched him play in the era of Claudio Ranieri, Jose Mourinho,
Ancelotti.
Exactly. And I'm like, you play under those manager, translate that as a manager.
Yeah, well, that's not easy to do now.
But ego will kill Lampard. That is what annoys me most about him when he becomes a manager.
Can I ask a question, Abdullah? Can I ask a question? How did, looking back at it now, and obviously reflecting and assessing it a bit better now that we're a little bit removed from it, how did Lampard fail at Chelsea?
I can tell you, 100%. He wasn't.
Man started graded already.
No, because I know what you mean. But it's not as confusing as it seems. He wasn't that guy. He wasn't that guy. Even in the Mikel interview, he said he was a really quiet guy. Like, Lampard was just like, he said, out of all the people, he thought that John Terry would be the manager first. He literally, like, Lampard's personality is not too dissimilar from Graham Potter right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Manager, he still had the same.
They seem really basic. They don't really have like a big personalities. They're not like imagine Lampard in the changing room with like Drogba and all these guys. Like, he wasn't the guy shouting and jumping around, dancing. Like, he was Mr. Trusted, like Mr. Go and get 500 balls and shoot the same free kick. Like,
But the thing is, Cruz. But the thing is, okay. We're looking at where's Cruz? Okay, still there. Okay, Cruz. We're looking at you're comparing it Lampard, you could say a young adult and a full-blown man. Okay, Lampard as a coach was already like a matured man. So he should be
Matured
fully
man with
aware. He should be fully aware of the responsibility, and Chelsea was ready to give him everything to succeed. So how was he
But the
failing again?
problem, my problem with that's what I said. Why I was pissed off is Lampard has ego and he believe when you have ego sometimes you are uncontrollable because you believe you are the best in everything you do. That is what annoying me because he played under Ranieri, Jose, Carlo Ancelotti, where he has learned football and he can translate that into manager. And I'm like, Lampard, you played under this manager where you just translate what you learn into that. That is what
It's
I'm
not
going
as
to
it's not as easy as it seems, Abdullah.
I know, but where I'm going to is Lampard is not someone that is willing to learn. He's not someone like that is willing to learn. That is what annoys me because a manager that is willing to learn.
He doesn't want to sharpen his tools, basically.
God bless. See, someone that is willing to learn.
I don't know about that. Are you guys not assuming?
Okay, someone that, for me, looking at Lampard, someone that is.
Why can't you just say he's not good enough?
No, he never been an understudy to
he's
anybody.
He's not good enough. I know that for sure, but he's not willing to learn also to mind because Nana, as a manager, you will evolve as a manager. You know you make mistake. You go out, you take a sabbatical, and when you come back, you're gonna be ready. Lampard took a sabbatical and they still do the same thing over and over and over again. That shows me someone that's not willing to learn. Ego is what is killing Lampard. But he doesn't want to admit to his mistake.
Is he not as intelligent as he appears?
No.
I don't understand, man, because you play under very great. That's what Abdullah is saying. You play under so many great managers. I'm sure you must have assimilated something from them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it doesn't work like that. You know that's true, man. It doesn't always work like that.
But Enki, if worse comes to worse, and he doesn't want to become an understudy to someone, right? What he can do is he can take the Conte way, stick to one formation and perfect it.
Yeah.
Perfect it up, down, left, right. Perfect it to the point where wherever you go, you have one identity, but your identity is known.
You guys are acting like he didn't succeed in his first season here, man. Come on.
No, we're not talking about
no. This is what I'm saying about.
Here's the thing, Abdullahi. Here's the thing, Abdullahi. I never wanted this guy at my club. I never wanted Frank managing my club. Don't get it twisted. But I have to give him credit where credit's due for the first season anyway. I'll give him.
I get what you say, but what I'm saying that annoys me most and pains me is I watched Lampard growing up.
Of course, we all did.
So I'm like, this man has the intelligence and experience when you want to become coach. See, you can make mistake as a coach when you are young. I understand that. But when you take a sabbatical, you learn from that and you come back strong and ready. Lampard did not learn. He kept doing the same thing over and over and over again. And I'm like, didn't you learn when you took a sabbatical? Didn't you learn? Didn't you?
No, but Abdullah, to be fair to Frank, right? It's not only him. It's something that has been pretty normal when it comes to ex-players. Majority of ex-players do not become elite managers. It's a rarity, and it's a valid question what you're asking, because if we look at it deeply, the players when they were playing and the coaches were setting up formations, they had to know the formation in and out. I understand your point. So it seems easy for it to be, transferred when it comes to coaching from being a player, because if a player does well in certain coaches' time, and he perfected their formation and his positioning and everything, it's logic dictates that it should be easy, but it's not that easy.
I hate to use this one because I rate him very highly. Zinedine Zidane.
Yeah.
Zidane was a Madrid player and he played for Madrid and he became a coach and he won the 3 UCL. And he said, okay, he's not working out for me. I'm out of here. I'm taking a sabbatical. But before Zidane left, he made his own mark because Zidane was willing to say, okay, I made a mistake. I'm going to learn from it. And I can assure you, if he come back to the game to become a manager, he will improve. He will have learned a lot of stuff where he will have improved enough on that. I'm saying, okay, I am ready now to take over. That's what I'm saying on Lampard. You learn from mistake as a young manager. When you come back, you have already learned from the mistake. You become a better manager. He went to Everton. He keep doing the same thing over and over. I'm like, Lampard, what the heck? Just log out of football, becoming the manager. Don't do anything. Because for me, the ego in him doesn't want to make him learn.
Yeah, but Abdul, now is his time. He's still young, right? Now that he left Everton, now is his time. If he takes a sabbatical for, let's say, 2 years.
Have you guys spoke about João Felix?
Yeah, last meet on not today.
But the thing is, Google it. I don't think he can have a better opportunity than he had at Chelsea with Chelsea. You know what I mean? Like there will be no club that will give him that kind of opportunity. They were ready to give him how much money he needed, any player he wanted, as much time as he needed, every infrastructural support that is required. Go along with his philosophy, go along with his timeline. Measure themselves with his own expectation. I just don't know which team, which other club will give him this kind of platform.
Yeah, but Abdul, now, okay, fair enough. That was okay. If we look at it from a coaching perspective, right? That was his biggest job, and that was the club that he was a legend. Yes, you're right. In terms of help and basically all around support, that was his best chance. But what he can do now is do what all the so-called elite managers did. Start from the basics. Learn how to walk before you fly. Either become an understudy or be prepared to go to a lower league. Even if it's Chelsea under 23s, whatever.
Will Lampard be able to do it?
Hey man, shout out Michael Carrick.
He has time.
Shout out Michael Carrick.
No,
he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he has time.
He is. Yeah,
he has time because he's young, right?
I don't think
this could be a good lesson for him.
I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to take that.
Yeah, go ahead, Abdul.
I think the mistake he made, like he will have brought in like an experienced hand. You know, like when Frank Rijkaard was at Barcelona. Okay, he didn't have the experience, but he took Ten Hag team, and Ten Hag was doing everything with regards to coaching and footballing decision. You get my point? He was just like the overseer and like the general composer. What do you call them? Those people in music that put everything together.
The composer, the conductor.
Yeah, like a conductor. He was just like a conductor. So I think that's what Lampard missed. Like he would have just brought a very experienced hands. You know, even Ten Hag now has
Steve McLaren.
Steve McLaren. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, but Ten Hag. Yeah, but Abdul, Ten Hag was understudy to Pep in Bayern.
100%.
Yeah, I understand exactly. That's what it boils down to. What Abdullah is saying is it his ego that is not allowing, because
100%.
Ten Hag did not go like, oh, I've been a big coach before. I don't need Steve McLaren's input. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is a wonderful debate, Abdul. This is a wonderful debate because it's not only him. We have been watching the Premier League for how many years? It's very rare to see an elite English manager. It's very rare.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said.
If it was only him, then maybe we can pinpoint the finger and say maybe it's ego. But it seems to be maybe an underlying problem. I don't know.
I just think he's not good enough, man.
Can I say something?
Let's go.
I'm glad Cruz is here, because Cruz and I, we used to chop this up with Kasim, QNTV. We had this discussion. Was it 2 seasons ago, Cruz, about Frank Lampard?
Yeah,
about 2 seasons ago. We've actually had in-depth discussions about this. So this is like deja vu to me when you talk about Frank Lampard. So let me answer that question that Abdul asked. No, Frank did not have an unsuccessful tenure at Chelsea, because anybody else who had the same results Frank Lampard had at that time will get fired under Abramovich. True or false?
True.
True.
Number 2, if Frank Lampard was our coach now under the new owners, do you think they fire him?
No.
Yeah.
But
that's a very interesting question.
No, I know.
But it might get a lot of scrutiny than Potter, because people will be able to call out Lampard and the way they are going to Potter now, because they know on the part under Brighton, they know the win what about Lampard.
Yeah, but
Under
Abdullah,
Chelsea,
yeah, but
it
Abdullah,
was being sentiment where you know there's a problem.
Listen,
but Abdullah,
listen.
deep this. 1 second, Oga, sorry.
No problem, bro.
Deep what Oga has just said. Potter didn't even make top 4.
Exactly.
Lampard made top 4. This is why he asked this question. That's what I said it's very
different league.
Yeah,
It was a
different
different league back then.
circumstances, man.
No, but they're different. Listen, all whatever you guys said, ego. Because for me, it had to take for me to see what he was going to do at Everton to now for it to all come back home, and obviously it didn't work. But in terms of his stint at Chelsea, right? And I hate sounding repetitive. Cruz might remember. In terms of his stint at Chelsea, when he came in with no experience, he couldn't buy anybody. He went to the scrap house behind the house at Cobham and picked up all these kids, and he gave us top 4. People are going to say that was a COVID season. He gave us top 4. The next season, we start. Then we're able to buy, and he starts to get the big pieces, and he never gets a chance to actually mold, to actually work with his clay to put together a structure. He didn't get a chance. Abramovich doesn't give anybody a chance.
Yeah.
And I think he got fired when we were 8th or 9th.
Yeah.
But he pushed us to qualifying series in the Champions League. Let that sink in. Plus, the reason we have Ben Chilwell today, Nana and I had this discussion with Frank Lampard. The reason why we're talking about, the reason why you guys are twerking for Reece James, Frank Lampard. The reason why Mason Mount
was Lampard
was cooking, was the operational word was Frank Lampard, because Frank Lampard picked him up and actually coached him, which we haven't seen even when Tuchel was here.
Thank you for bringing that one. That was what I was looking at, Mason.
Hold on,
Abdul, wait, because we were talking about the throwback when talking about SC and being humble. That was what annoys me because of Mason, because Mason believed, because he has this brain in him, same to Lampard, with this ego stuff. Because
I wouldn't say that.
Let me finish, Nana. Where just we were offering him 180 wages, where it was like, I deserve more than this. I believe I better. And Chelsea told him, if you deserve more than this and you better, then can you prove it? You haven't proved for the past 2 years. So why do you expect us to give you money when you haven't proved it? That is my issue with Lampard. And that same mentality is being translated to Mason Mount, where this ego stuff comes in. That's my issue.
Blue Eyes. So why did we sack Frank Lampard? You make me forget why we sacked him, because if he was
he was trending downwards badly.
It's results-based business, and that's
do you know what Abramovich said?
So he was failing.
You know what Abramovich said?
He wasn't failing. He wasn't. Listen, listen. Let me just say something here. Abdul, good question. Yes, he was failing in the eye, but a lot of teams, if that was Klopp at Liverpool 5 years ago, it's a different case because he's Klopp. They will say he's building. So Frank Lampard can easily argue, yes, that he was building, but we're a monster club. Building for us means you got to be winning, and we have to be contentious on all fronts. Unfortunately, Frank Lampard, his result did not favor him. And all I'm saying is, even if you had Tuchel, then at that time he gets fired.
You get fired, yeah.
Even if you had
that was our standard then. Now
exactly, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I like the question. That's why I like the question. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's not like he was still in the top 4. He was outside the top 4.
No, but
and results were deteriorating.
No, they weren't deteriorating. You asked the question, Abdul. You said,
what
was the question again?
Why did he fire Lampard? Why did Abramovich fire Lampard?
No, but I think there was a conduit to that question as well. You asked something else as well.
No. Like the way you said it, like he wasn't a failure at Chelsea. So I'm saying, like, if he wasn't a failure, why did we even actually sack him?
Exactly. The reason why I say we sacked him is because of our high standards. That's why. But,
yeah, true.
But in terms of his actual application as a coach at Chelsea,
and body of work,
about Chelsea,
no, it's not bad. He didn't fail.
Yeah, he did not fail, because any coach in that position.
Don't forget.
Hold on.
Give him more time.
Hold on.
Most managers.
And most coaches, like if Graham Potter was in Frank Lampard's shoes 2 seasons ago, Graham Potter will be
Exactly.
whining what he's whining today.
No,
Oh,
no,
la,
no.
la, 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 la.
Abramovich
Hey,
couldn't
yo,
retire
that's my
Graham
coach.
Potter.
That's my coach that you're disrespecting,
Exactly.
bro.
So that's what I'm
Abramovich
saying.
to sack him.
Hired
So,
Graham Potter. He
and
didn't
that
hire
is why I asked the question again. If Frank Lampard was with Todd B,
He won't get sacked. I don't think
he
so.
won't get sacked.
Yeah, he
No,
would.
Because
He would,
bless,
bro.
bless,
He
because
would, bro.
remember,
Come on now.
before
He
we run
would.
bless, remember because
Abdullah,
Abramovich said something. He
Wait,
said,
wait. What's his track record at other clubs? It was only Derby. Come on now. Respect Brighton at least to a degree. Come on now. They've been here.
Stop.
I'm being
Listen,
serious, bro.
listen. I don't care about. Listen, I'm not. It's funny. People might think, yeah, I'm here to beat Frank. I don't care about beating Frank Lampard's drum. But I'll tell you one thing, and I'll be very honest about it. I'm not. Abdullah doesn't like Frank Lampard. Doesn't matter what.
I don't.
Exactly. Abdullah destroyed how many TVs for Frank Lampard, so you shouldn't be in this discussion. But if you want to be logical about it, Frank Lampard did not have a bad stint at Chelsea at all. Frank Lampard actually started the trend for us to win Champions League. It is because of Frank Lampard now that we're starting to see potential of what this team could look like in the future. And anybody wants to debate, let's have a discussion. The problem is what beclouds Frank Lampard is English boy, comes from a football family. He's already spoilt. Blah 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 blah. His name is not Francisco Lampardinho.
Oh wow.
That is what is affecting.
Wow, I never expected you to say that. Damn. Okay.
No, it's true. It is the truth. It is the truth. Listen, for me, it took for me to see him fail at Everton to say, okay, this guy is not a coach. This guy, nah. I thought he was going to do something at Everton, but it didn't.
Right, that was how Togando, because that was how I was having a go at Goulet that it took us. That was what I brought on Zidane. Zidane won 3 UCL in Madrid and he left. And the reason Zidane left was he said he had a discussion with Lampard and I said the rest one-on-one. He said, I'm not getting the backing I want, and you did not give me the kind of backing I want. I'm gonna just leave. And after winning the 3 UCL, he left. So I know for a fact that when Zidane is coming back, he has already learned 1 or 2 things and the mistake he made as a manager. When he come back, he will come back and be ready to take over which club he wants to take over. Lampard, when he was sacked, he took a sabbatical and he came back to Everton and he still did the same thing over and over and over again. I'm like, this man has ego that he doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to learn at all.
Yeah, but Abdullah, I don't. Okay, I don't know. Let's actually have a discussion. If you want to talk about this, what's his name? Big Sam. What's his nickname on the streets?
Sam Allardyce.
Yeah, what's his nickname on the streets? Relegation coach. Mm-hmm. Do you know how many times Sam Allardyce has gotten fired?
I know. So many. It's an experienced manager.
Okay, let's talk about Harry Redknapp. Let's talk about Harry Redknapp. Frank Lampard's uncle.
That one is the.
How many times has he gotten fired in his career? So
think about. I don't get him. I don't get Redknapp. You know I don't get him.
So again,
guys, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, my brother.
Why is it all English coaches
that are getting fired? No, but listen. Goulet, you know why? Goulet, the problem is when people talk about, including me, when I talk about Sam Allardyce, I talk about Sam Allardyce with my shoulders up and my head up, because I know Sam Allardyce will come and save the day. But people forget that, you know what? Everybody wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die.
Yeah.
You understand? That was who said? I think that was Jimmy Cliff, or no, was it Jimmy Cliff or no? Peter Tosh.
Yeah, Peter Tosh
sang that in the song. Yeah, everybody wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die. People look at Allardyce and call him, oh, he's the specialist. Nobody knows what that man went through to actually earn that name. Yeah. So talk about Frank Lampard. These are the embers, or not the embers. Sorry, the early times of his career. So think about Sam Allardyce when he was Frank Lampard's age.
Mm-hmm. But bless, this is my fear. So
if I'm Frank Lampard, right, his trajectory is on the right track, because this is all education. All these firings is education. It all depends on his next move. Is all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, guys.
But I get 100%. I get what he's, and I love that. But my issue I have with Lampard is he's arrogant and he has ego. Where I don't think it was. See, Allardyce, I can understand that because he has the track record of that. But my fear with Lampard, which I've been saying it, is Lampard doesn't want to learn because as a young coach, Lampard, when you know you make mistake, you want to learn. But when I look at Lampard on Tottenham as a manager, he look at someone who don't see, because some bless as a young kid now, when you make mistake and your parents say, "I don't do this again," you tell your mommy, "I won't do this again because I want to learn as a young kid." So when I grow up, I become a better person. Lampard doesn't think that way. Lampard believes he is the best in everything. So when you tell him he make mistake, it's a problem because you are trying to question his personality as a human being. As a Lampard thing, which is for me, it doesn't work in football as a man. You're gonna get fired because football is a result based. You have to let go of your personality and actually learn as a coach.
Lampard hasn't got the basics, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. He doesn't have the basics. So that's ultimately why he failed. He doesn't have the basics.
And I also think even if.
But what's the basics? What's the basics?
The basics are things that we can see that we shouldn't be able to criticize you on too much. I feel like the thing. So his in-game management, I think no one here can. I was at games when this guy was making substitutions and people were literally baffled. Valencia at home, I remember it was 1-0 or something stupid like that.
Mm-hmm.
He brought on Giroud, he brought on Tammy Abraham and Giroud to play up front together. And it was like, bro, if they're playing together, what happens if they score? They went on the other side, they scored. Then now we're like, what's going on? Like, what's the formation? How are we going to create if you got two number 9s on the pitch? It was just ridiculous. There was like little things like that I can remember. But his in-game management, his touchline management was horrific. Anyone can say that. Then we can talk about the man management. How he isolated Tomori after, gave us no explanation, no insight, no reasoning, just isolated him and then we shipped him off. The situation with Rudiger, allegedly, some people would say, "Oh, there was no situation," but there was obviously. David Luiz, Marcus Alonso.
Exactly.
There was so many. There was so many things that are going under the radar. And then his decisions to appoint Jody Morris as his number 2, going back to what Abdul says, there was no thought behind that. That was it was so easy. It's like jobs for the boys. It's like, I'm just gonna get a job, and whoever's my boy, you just come. Let's go. There's no thought to what's your identity? My philosophy of football. If I'm Frank Lampard, I'm thinking my philosophy and the way I see the game. Who is implementing that the best in the world, or who's a number 2, or who's someone that I've heard in conversations that I can go and get as my number 2, who's maybe not in a big job, not a first team manager, but a coach, or he's got imagine Lampard's connections in the game. He could have went out and got somebody, man. Look at Ten Hag's just got Steve McLaren. He's managed in Dutch football, and now he's managing the Premier League with Ferguson. So it's just a no-brainer. Lampard has those same connections. He could have said to his uncle, Harry Redknapp, who do you think, is there anyone that you think can come in and help me? Because I see the game like this. Who can you help me get? And then back to even Everton. He went to Everton, a relegation team, and didn't analyze all my days. I'm managing Everton, a big team in Liverpool, but they're rubbish. Who can I get to help me at least stabilize the club, get things nothing? The guy just went there with his number 2 wasn't even Jody Morris. So why haven't you kept Jody Morris if you had him at Chelsea? Then the next thing he went and done was hire the other guy, his number 3 or number 4, Joe Edwards. I think his name is Joe Edwards. He went and hired Joe Edwards as his assistant manager. So Lampard is just, he's baffling. As a manager, he's baffling. It doesn't make any sense for me.
Yeah, but that's what Cruz Abdul was asking. What is the common denominator to all this? Is it his ego, or is it that he needs to hone his skills and start from a lower league?
I don't think he has any skills, man. I think he's just not a manager. I think he's not.
No. If I were him, obviously right now he's shown us all the bad signs. But if I were him, I said this before, and when Kasim is not here, I said to Kasim,
he should be an agent, man. He should be a player agent, man.
Yeah, I know. No. Frank Lampard right now. You think about university. Think about undergrad before you went to grad school. This is his second year. You remember second year university. This is his second year, and he's in a 4-year program where he has to go to grad school after that. And if he doesn't look at it like that, then he might as well go be a pundit.
Yeah, but he's not passing. He's not passing. He's not finishing.
That's fine. No, but that's fine because that's what his uncles did, and the Sam Allardyces of the world did. There's a lot of coaches. Look at this guy now at Fulham,
Marco Silva.
How many times did he get fired? Look at the Belgium coach when he was in the EPL, Martinez.
Martinez, yeah.
Look at Moyes.
Mm-hmm.
But Moyes right now, obviously, Moyes is marinated in the career. He's in his 60s or 50s, but Frank Lampard is an up and come. This is the beginning of his
but
story.
those are guys that
grand opening, grand
it's
closing,
like,
man.
It's like you're saying you're comparing somebody whose dad used to be a billionaire to somebody who is self-made. It's not going to be easy for one. Those guys are like self-made.
Let me ask you a question. Did you know Sam Allardyce when he was 39? Abdul, you're in England now. You know everything about football. Did you know Sam Allardyce when he was 39?
No.
Exactly. Did you know Harry Redknapp when he was 40?
No.
Exactly. So again, I don't get it. I'm not comparing Frank Lampard to these guys. I'm saying trajectory, the journey. It's how you step on the gas to get to where you want to go to.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys, Blue Eyes, I get what you're saying, but a lot of those guys, the part you're missing is that they, like what Abdul's saying, is they were self-made. They built a CV and then got to the main stage.
This is exactly what Frank Lampard is doing.
No, but he's thinking out the place. It's
hold on. How many jobs have you been through in your personal career? How many jobs have you gone through before you got the job you want?
A lot of jobs.
And if people that hired you were going to look at how many times you got fired, do you think you get the job you're in now? No. Exactly.
But bless. What me and the Kuz is saying is, I get what you say 100% because I think he needs to do that. But what I'm saying is, Lampard is an egoistic.
No. You can listen. Whether he's an egoistic, or, of course listen. There's so many things stacked against him. His ego. I remember that time the night before he got fired. In that
you remember our guys.
He was comparing himself to Klopp and Pep.
Yeah. And you remember when they were when they were playing each other, Liverpool and Chelsea. Yeah. They said to him, "Oh yeah, shut up. You just win one league.
Exactly.
You can't talk."
So again, listen. You have to remember, Frank Lampard. You guys have to remember, Frank Lampard just transitioned from the highest level of a playing career. Frank Lampard is a dog. I don't think you guys understand. So that
argument does not hold, man, because he's coming from.
Can I just finish now so that I can learn, man, my brother? You've been talking now. Make I finish my own. Finish. Listen. Frank Lampard was the dog. So this thing you guys are talking about, he was cocky. He wasn't humble. It comes from the playing career side of things. He still carried sediments from his playing career onto his coaching career, and that should be a natural transition. It's things you expect. So for me, it's not about how many times you fail. It's where you end at the end. It's what your destination will be.
So now it depends on which club you're gonna go next. But the problem now is, will he do the same thing again in Chelsea? The problem is, will he do the same thing again in Chelsea and Everton? Because I see the same thing he did in Chelsea and he did the same thing in Everton.
So are you saying, he has enough to come back into the game as a Sam Allardyce type manager, or he has enough to come back in the game
as the relegation coach?
Because if you tell me now that Frank Lampard has enough to come back into the game as a relegation coach, then I believe you, because he kept Everton up, right?
Yeah, but relegation coach, you still have to earn it, right? I think he has.
No, he's built his relegation CV now. Everton, that's one notch on the belt. So he kept Everton up. So that's one notch. So he's one step closer to beating Sam Allardyce.
Good point. And he worked with the relegation side in Chelsea and took us to fourth.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's got no business trying to build a relegation coach CV. He should be building
That's not what I'm saying, guys. This is not. I don't think is this.
No. But okay.
That's not what I'm saying. Calm down.
So how come what's his name? Pep Guardiola was able to make it at Barcelona. He transitioned from just a player to a youth manager and then to the first team, and see what he did with Barcelona. See where he is at the moment.
Okay, fine. Pep
was an understudy to Cruyff as well.
Yeah, that's not good.
Luis Enrique and Mourinho.
I don't. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah.
As a coach, as a trainee.
To who?
Jose Mourinho, Luis Enrique, and Pep. They were all understudies to Cruyff.
He was a player.
Understudies. No, not as a player. When he finished, as soon as he stopped playing, the season after that, before he went to the youngsters and started coaching the youngsters, he was he was an understudy to Cruyff. He was learning the craft under Cruyff.
No. You get the timeline wrong, man. When did he finish playing football?
I think
when did Pep
guys,
finish playing
guys,
football?
let me I just need to say this thing before you guys continue with historical.
Okay.
Because we're about to run here.
Yeah, let me just say something
Sorry,
really
guys,
quick.
go.
No problem, my brother. Listen, the coaching, what do you call it? The coaching hemisphere in the EPL. I look at it as a revolving door. There's only been maybe amongst all the coaches in the EPL, right? In the past 30 years, and I know this is a controversial statement. I didn't check it. I'm just saying it out of my head, like I always do. I'm just talking shit. I tell you right now, in the past 30 years, out of all the coaches, there's been less than 10% that you can say were static in their roles. True or false? How many coaches do you think had historical tenancy in their teams? In the EPL.
That's true.
Cruz. That's what I'm trying to say. How many coaches have had historical tenancy? And when I mean tenancy, minimum 5 years.
So you're saying that, so you're saying that the time will come for Lampard to get a chance again.
But it depends, Cruz, my brother. It depends on how Frank Lampard works the system. That's why I always go to how you work the system. It comes back to the analogy of the job.
Yeah. And how much he wants it. Does he want to be a good coach or an elite coach? It's all down to him.
Whatever it is, it depends on how Frank Lampard stamps on the gas through this journey. And luck is on his side. He's still young in the coaching world. Look at his mate that just got fired from Club Brugge the other day.
Scott
Parker. Trust me, Scott Parker is probably back in the referee job search and looking for the next job.
Yeah, 100%. He said it is in post-match interview. He said,
"My people, man, I gotta bounce, man. I gotta prepare for work tomorrow."
See you tomorrow, brother.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, man. Peace.